He opened it, then swung it round to show them a set of photographs on the screen. The note had been written on both sides of a single sheet of paper in a loose, flowery scrawl. Roderick Brown had used turquoise ink. Hawthorne and Dudley read it together. My dearest Fee, I am so sorry. I did something very stupid, and I have sent you away because I cannot bear you to see the consequences. I know what I must do. I have to pay the price. I told you that you might feel better staying at your sister, and this is the first time I ever lied to you. The truth is that I do not want you to see this, my love. You are better out of it. Be strong. I know you've had to put up with so much on account of your illness. I wish I could have done more for you, but at least you are financially secure and will be able to stay in the house you love. The Kentworthys will go, I am sure of it. The swimming pool will never be built. You will be left in peace. Goodbye, my dearest. We will see each other again on the other side. All my love, Roderick. I'd say that's pretty conclusive, Khan muttered. All that's missing is a selfie taken when he was getting in the car with a gas cylinder in the plastic bag, wouldn't you agree? Hawthorne said nothing. He tapped a keyboard and another image appeared, a second evidence bag. Do you mind? Khan was offended. What's this? Hawthorne asked. He was looking at a photograph of a slim white paper tube about an inch long with a swirly red pattern. I'm not sure that's relevant to what happened, Khan said. It was in the breast pocket of the deceased's jacket. It's a drinking straw. You mean part of one? Yes, Khan sniffed. It's too early to say, but there's no indication that Mr. Brown ever used illegal substances. That's a good point, Detective Superintendent, Hawthorne said. It was true that cocaine users often used a piece cut off a drinking straw to inhale the drug. Wealthier addicts were quite likely to have a personalised tube made out of silver or gold. Mind you, we can't be sure, Khan went on. He had a lot of celebrity clients. They were interrupted by the sound of raised voices out in the hall. Someone was arguing with one of the policemen. What now? Khan asked. He walked out of the kitchen. Hawthorne and Dudley followed. A young man had arrived, casually dressed with a Whole Foods bag over his shoulder. He was thin and delicate, not someone who might be expected to push his way in. He looked upset. A uniformed policeman was trying to stop him coming any further. Leave this to me, Khan said, taking over. The policeman stepped away, and he went up to the man. Who are you? He asked. I'm Mrs. Brown's carer. Damien Shaw had clearly been taken aback to find so many policemen at Riverside Close. Had he so quickly forgotten about the murder that had taken place just a few days before, or had no one told him? Mrs. Brown isn't here. I know, but I wanted to make the house nice for her when she got back from her sister's. I was going to change the sheets and maybe do a bit of dusting. Damien looked around him. Why are there so many policemen here? Has this got something to do with Giles Kentworthy? Mr. Brown called me. He told me about it. He sounded very upset. Stop there. Hawthorne had taken charge. Let's talk in the kitchen. It may be more comfortable. Khan nodded, as if it had been his suggestion in the first place. How did you get into the close? He asked, once they were sitting round the table in the kitchen with the laptop closed and pushed aside. The constable there tried to stop me. He was very rude, even though I told them I worked here. Do you have a set of keys to this house? Yes, of course. Damien took out a ring and held up a single key. This opens the front door. Hawthorne took over. You said you spoke to Mr. Brown, he said. When was that? Yesterday morning. What time exactly? 10 o'clock. That was before Hawthorne had met Brown and interviewed him in this same room. The dentist had been a bundle of nerves, still in shock after the murder of his neighbour. He called me at home. I don't come in Wednesdays, but he wanted to tell me what had happened, that someone had killed Mr. Kentworthy with a crossbow. He told me that it was his crossbow that had been used, the one in the garage. Did you know it was there? Oh, yes. He never made any secret of it. Everyone knew. Damien paused. I imagine that's why he was so upset. He was in a real state, if you want the truth. I was quite worried about him, and I offered to come over, but he said he'd be okay. Did he have any thoughts, any suspicions as to who might have done it? Khan asked. No, not that he said. So you left him on his own? Khan said accusingly. That's not fair. It wasn't like that at all. Now Damien was indignant. What was I meant to do? It wasn't as if I was his carer. My job was to look after Felicity. And anyway, he had plenty of friends he could turn to. As a matter of fact, he mentioned he was going to talk to Adam Strauss. Adam will help. Adam will know what to do. That's what he said to me. Those were his very words. Why Adam Strauss? Dudley asked. The two of them were close. Adam gave Roderick a lot of support in the early days when Felicity got ill, and in fact it was Adam who gave him the name of the agency that I work for, so I'm grateful to him for that. But it wasn't just him. The other neighbours were very kind too. Tom Beresford was always asking after Felicity, and the old ladies next door are sweethearts. But Adam knew Roderick even before they both ended up living in Riverview Close. Adam was a patient of his. Did you know that? The others may have talked the talk, but he was the one who came round and offered proper advice and sympathy. I'm sure Roderick was grateful. There was a short silence. So Roderick Brown told you that Giles Kentworthy had been killed, Hawthorne said. How did you react to that news, Damien? How do you think? I was horrified. I know he wasn't very popular, but I'd never even met Mr. Kentworthy, not properly. I saw him quite a few times going in and out, and he struck me as a bit high and mighty. I knew how much trouble he was causing everyone. Felicity was very upset that he was going to build this swimming pool and ruin her view. She even said they might have to move. What else did Roderick tell you? Damien thought back. He shrugged. Nothing very much. He did say that he was taking Felicity to her sister in Woking. He didn't want her here with all this police activity going on. Hawthorne knew this already. So her sister was going to look after her? Yes. It worked very well. As I said, I don't work Wednesdays. I only come in 3 times a week, so I said I'd see him today, and we rang off. Mr. Brown was expecting you today, Hawthorne cut in. Yes? That's why I'm here. Damien stopped. An awful thought had occurred to him. Where is he? I'm afraid Mr. Brown is dead, Khan said. What? In an instant, all the colour had left Damien's face. He looked as if he was about to faint. How? He whispered. What happened? Get him a glass of water, Hawthorne muttered. Dudley went over to the sink. The police believe he may have taken his own life, he said. But that's impossible. There's no way he'd do that. He'd been under a lot of strain. Khan was doing his best to keep the situation under control. How long had you been looking after his wife? He asked. 2 years. Damien's eyes were filled with tears. Dudley returned with a glass of water, and Damien drank it all in one go. When he put the glass down, his hands were shaking. I come in Mondays, Thursdays and Fridays, he went on. Felicity's a lovely lady. We get on together brilliantly. I had to take a week off just a short while ago, and she hated it. She said she couldn't manage without me. He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. Does she know? She has been informed, Khan said. I should go to her. She must be in shock. This is terrible. I can't even think how she'll manage without him. I think you should stay away for the time being, Khan warned him. But Roderick was everything to her. He adored Felicity. He'd never leave her on her own. Khan didn't look happy with Damien's assessment and moved on quickly. I do have one more question for you, Mr. Shaw, he said. I don't suppose you can tell me where Mr. Brown kept his mobile phone? Damien nodded. It'll be on the chest of drawers in the hall. Roderick was always losing things, so he was quite religious about it. He always left it there. I didn't see it. Khan glanced at Hawthorne. We'd obviously like to look at any messages he may have sent prior to his death, he said defensively. It's standard procedure. He turned back to Damien. Would you like one of my officers to drive you home? No, I live in Richmond. I can walk. You live with your parents? Hawthorne asked. With my mum. Hawthorne waited until Damien had left. Then he turned to Khan.
"It's interesting," he said. "Roderick Brown is going to kill himself, but first of all he does a bit of spring cleaning. And you'd have thought he'd have warned his wife's carer not to come in."
"You heard what he said, Hawthorne," Khan returned. "Damien spoke to him after Giles Kentworthy died. He was frightened. He wasn't making any sense. That was because he knew what he'd done, and he decided to take the easy way out."
"When did you interview Roderick Brown?" Hawthorne asked. "You told us he was your prime suspect."
A thought occurred to him.
"Did you take him into the station?"
"I interviewed him the morning after Giles Kentworthy's body had been discovered." Khan looked guilty. "That was here, in his own home. Based on what he said, I decided to interrogate him more formally the next day, so I had him taken to Shepherd's Bush."
"Was that before or after he dropped his wife in Woking?"
"It was in the afternoon when he got back."
"How long did he keep him?"
2 hours.
"On a caution?"
Khan was becoming increasingly uncomfortable as the consequences of what he had done became apparent to him. "Yes?" "Poor bastard," Dudley said. "He must have been terrified. If he did kill himself, at least we know why." He shook his head reproachfully. "You scared the living daylights out of him, Detective Superintendent. It may be that you didn't give him any other choice." Chapter 2.
"I cannot tell you how upset I am,"
May Winslow said.
"He was a lovely man,"
Phyllis agreed. She pulled a tissue out of her sleeve and touched it to her cheek.
"Always friendly, always ready to lend a helping hand. We moved into the close at the same time as him, and we hit it off straight away. He helped us move some of the furniture, and he always asked us if we needed anything when he went to the shops. He never minded us knocking on his door if something went wrong."
"The oven?" Phyllis reminded her. "Do you remember that?"
"Oh, it was so embarrassing."
May sighed.
"It was only the timer. Phyllis had turned it on accidentally. I'm not blaming you, dear. Why do they have to make these things so complicated? But we ate salads and cold food for a week before he came and sorted it for us. Nothing was ever too much trouble."
The sitting room of the Gables had not been designed for 5 people. It was too small, with too many ornaments, too many pictures on the wall, and furniture that was a little too big for the area in which it stood. An old-fashioned television set took up rather too much space in one corner, and the only empty space in the room told its own sad story. It was where a wicker dog basket had once been placed. A wooden cross stood on the mantelpiece, and a Bible sat prominently on an otherwise unnecessary side table. There was no other indication of the lady's religious past. May and Phyllis each had an armchair that was most definitely theirs, moulded to their exact shape over the 14 years they had lived there. Hawthorne and Dudley were pressed together on a floral-patterned sofa, while Khan perched on a stool brought in from the kitchen. The front windows looked out onto the close, but May had drawn the curtains to blot out the sight of the police cars and all the activity taking place next door. As a result, the air in the room was warm and stale. It still smelled of Ellery. "Did Mr. Brown ever talk to you about his animosity towards Giles Kentworthy?" Khan asked, shifting uncomfortably on his stool. He didn't want to be here. He had already interviewed both women, and he was sure that they had nothing more to say, but he hadn't been keen to let Hawthorne continue on his own. If any further information presented itself regarding the death of Roderick Brown, he wanted to be the first to hear it.
"I'm not sure that animosity is the right word, Detective Superintendent," May replied. "He didn't really have feelings towards Mr. Kentworthy. Of course, he was upset about the pool. Mrs. Brown hardly ever leaves her bed these days, and it mattered to her, the view from the window."
"The view is important," Phyllis agreed.
"I'm sure we all know that, dear."
May gave her friend a pinched smile.
"All I'm saying is that Mr. Brown was a very kind and very gentle man who didn't harbour grudges. I find it impossible to believe that he killed anyone."
"Then why do you think he committed suicide?" Khan asked.
"You should never use the word committed in that context, Detective Superintendent. Suicide may be a sin, but it's not a crime. As to your question, I'm afraid I have no answer. I saw him with my own eyes. sitting in that car, with a bag over his head. I wish I hadn't. It's something I will take with me to the grave. All I can say is he was questioned yesterday at Shepherd's Bush police station for 2 whole hours, and he was terribly upset.
Khan squirmed, avoiding Hawthorne's eye. He told you this?
Not me, Phyllis. She spoke to him over the garden hedge.
He wasn't himself, Phyllis said. She seemed to be too nervous of May to utter more than 3 words. What did he say to you? Dudley asked. He had his notebook poised. And how do you spell your name, by the way?
Moore. Phyllis Moore.
Is that with 2 O's, or like St. Thomas?
2 O's.
Dudley wrote this down. Phyllis glanced at May for permission, then continued.
It was late in the afternoon. He'd just come back in a police car. We didn't speak very much. He said that he'd been asked a lot of questions, and that he was relieved he had taken his wife to her sister's.
Did he think he was about to be arrested?
Hawthorne asked.
He didn't say. But the police wouldn't have arrested him for something he hadn't done.
I'm sure that's never happened, Dudley agreed.
He told me he was going to call Adam Strauss and ask him for advice.
Hawthorne frowned.
Why not Andrew Pennington? He was a barrister. He'd know a lot more.
That's a very good point. I would have thought Mr. Pennington would be exactly the right person to go to. I can't imagine why he didn't.
Dudley wrote something down in his notebook. He added a question mark and circled it. How did the 2 of you come to be living in Richmond? Khan asked.
You were nuns.
Hawthorne made it sound improbable, like the first line of a joke.
We met at the Franciscan convent of St. Clair in Osmondthorpe, near Leeds, May said. We were Sallies, Phyllis added. That's what we called the sisters who shared rooms. There was very little space. I arrived 2 years before Phyllis, and we left at the same time.
How long were you there for?
Almost 3 decades. I went in when I was in my 40s.
Why?
Hawthorne sounded almost hostile.
It's rather personal, Mr. Hawthorne, and I don't see that it has anything to do with what's happened here, but I suppose this is a murder investigation, so I'll tell you what you want to know. I had a very unhappy marriage. I was living in Chester at the time, and I was in an abusive relationship. My husband was an alcoholic and hurt me quite badly on many occasions. Once he even put me in hospital. And yet I found myself unable to leave him. I'm told this is not uncommon in cases like mine. It was a bit like Stockholm Syndrome. Is that the one I mean? We had a son, and I did my best to protect him until he turned 18 and left home. I thank the Lord that he had no idea what his father was like. David had a hold over me that I cannot explain to this day. He destroyed my self-confidence, my inner resolve. He controlled my every waking moment until the day he died of a heart attack, and I'm ashamed to say I didn't mourn him for a single minute. The bigger question was, what was I going to do? I was 40, I had a house, a little money, and no income. It's funny, really. I'd always been a regular churchgoer, although I didn't think of myself as a religious person. It was more of a respite from David. He would drink on Saturday night and sleep it off on Sunday, so church was somewhere for me to go. The vicar was a friend of mine, and after David died, she talked to me about St. Clair's. At first, the idea was that I might go there for a month or 2 while I thought about what I might do next, but from the moment I arrived, I felt happy and didn't want to leave. It was a safe space. I liked the simplicity. Not so much the prayers and the meditation, but the friendship and the sense that I was doing something useful. We ran soup kitchens and food pantries in Bradford and Leeds. We visited families in their homes. It was the first time in my life that I actually felt wanted.
Dudley turned to Phyllis. Were you ever married? He asked. Phyllis seemed reluctant to answer. She lowered her head. My husband passed away. That was all she would say.
So why did you leave the convent?
Hawthorne continued. May answered.
It was time. Almost 30 years. Phyllis and I often spoke at night about what we might do after St. Clair's. As she just told you, we shared a room.
We weren't meant to speak to each other after Vespers, Phyllis added, but we'd whisper to each other in the darkness.
It's true. There was no talking after night prayer. Maybe that little disobedience should have told me something.
May paused.
And then an aunt of mine died and left me money. It was like something out of a fairy story. I'd already given everything I had to the convent, and the Mother Superior expected me to do the same with my inheritance, but I didn't agree, I'm afraid. I saw it as a sign that it was time to move on. A sign from God, if you like. So I talked to Phyllis, and we left together the same day.
Why Richmond?
This is where I grew up. I saw the house on the internet, and I thought it looked perfect.
It is perfect, Phyllis agreed. We've been very happy here. Until all this business started, anyway. You run a bookshop selling crime fiction, Dudley said. That seems like a strange occupation after all those years in a convent.
Well, we had to do something to keep ourselves busy,
May replied.
I used to like Gladys Mitchell when I was a girl. She wrote over 60 novels, you know, but they were never violent. They were never horrible, like so much modern fiction. And lovely Dorothy, too, and Agatha. All this modern interest in dead bodies and women being killed, and children, too. Why would anyone want to read stories like that? That was what gave me the idea for the tea cosy. We never stock books with bad language, and I'm afraid there are a lot of writers we simply won't touch. The truth is, we don't make a lot of money out of it, but that isn't the point.
We used to love walking up there with Ellery, Phyllis said, sadly. Khan turned to Hawthorne. Is there anything else you want to ask?
One thing.
He turned to May.
You had a spare key to the Browns' home.
That's right.
Who else knew you had it?
Nobody, apart from Sarah. Mr. Brown told her I had it so she could get into the house if a pipe burst or something. But she didn't know where it was kept. I had it in my medicine box in the bathroom cabinet. Nobody knew it was there.
Sarah told us that she only got employed here thanks to you, Hawthorne said.
It's true.
May pulled a face as if she had just sniffed sour milk.
She was knocking on doors looking for work, and we took her on. You have to give young people a chance these days. Once she started working for us, we recommended her to other people in the close.
We wouldn't have gone anywhere near her if we'd known what she was going to do, Phyllis said, fresh tears welling in her eyes.
You blame her for the death of your dog.
How could anyone do anything as horrible as that? And to an animal that had never done any harm to anyone, I wouldn't have believed it. But she had scratches on her arms. I asked her about that. She said she'd been clearing a dead rosebush for Mr. Strauss, but that's not what it looks like to me.
Does she still look after your garden?
May paused.
We have no choice. It's not so easy to find help around here.
Hawthorne smiled at Khan.
No further questions,
he said. Chapter 3. No tea or butter cookies were served at the stables this time. Adam Strauss was slumped in an armchair, his hands clasped between his knees, a look of utter defeat on his face. For a man who guarded his emotions, who had learned to do so professionally, he had clearly taken a beating. He barely looked up as his wife showed Detective Superintendent Khan, Hawthorne, and Dudley into the room. Mr. Strauss? Khan tried to get hold of his attention. Strauss looked up dully. He was wearing a loose bottle-green velvet jacket and a wide-collared shirt, as if he had just come back from a late-night party, albeit one that had taken place in the 90s.
I thought I'd see you again,
he said, eventually. I'm sorry, sir. I know you were close to Roderick Brown.
He was my dentist?
He was more than that, as I understand it.
Oh, yes. We were friends. He was the one who introduced us to Riverview Close in the first place. He was thinking of buying woodlands, and he showed me the brochure. That's how I came to acquire the lodge. I saw him last night, you know. I suppose I must have been the last person to see him alive. Unless Sarah Baines came in this morning.
She arrived too late, sir.
Well, it's all down to me then.
Strauss fell silent. He called you and asked you to come round, Kahn said.
That's right. That was just after he came back from the police station.
Suddenly, Adam was angry. He looked at Kahn accusingly.
You really put him through the ringer, didn't you? Did you have to interview him at such length?
He was a suspect in a murder investigation, sir, and he was treated with the utmost courtesy.
We were all suspects, Detective Superintendent. God knows I had as much reason to kill Giles Kentworthy as anyone.
His children did thousands of pounds worth of damage, Terry cut in. She had taken a seat next to her husband. Now she reached out and took his hand.
They smashed my husband's beautiful chess set, and their father didn't give a damn.
But it was Roderick Brown's crossbow. Strauss shook his head.
Anyone could have taken it, including me. I was in and out of his house all the time. There's a corridor at the back next to the kitchen. It leads straight in. Roderick would be upstairs half the time, fetching and carrying for Felicity. It would have been easy to walk in and take it.
He stared at Kahn.
You picked on him, and you browbeat him, and, although it pains me to say it, you may have been responsible for his suicide, Detective Superintendent. He was a middle-aged man with the worry of a very sick wife, and then you come barging in, making false accusations. I think you should be ashamed of yourself.
I didn't accuse him of anything, sir.
So what did you talk about for over 2 hours? The weather?
If Hawthorne had been enjoying the sight of Kahn being put in his place, he was careful not to show it.
You said you saw Mr. Brown, he said. Could you tell us what happened?
Strauss nodded.
Terry, can you get me a glass of mineral water?
Terry got up and went over to the fridge without saying a word.
I got the call from him at about 6 o'clock yesterday evening, Strauss continued. He asked me if I'd come over. He said he wanted my advice.
It would be helpful if I could see your mobile, Kahn said. We'll need to verify all the timings.
Of course. But I'd have thought you could get that off Roderick's.
Kahn looked embarrassed. Mr. Brown seems to have misplaced his phone. We're still looking for it.
Are you saying someone's stolen it?
No, sir. We just can't find it.
Seems to me that so far you haven't helped solve anything at all.
Mr. Brown confessed to the murder of Giles Kentworthy. Kahn did his best to hold his ground. We have every reason to believe that he killed himself to escape justice.
That's impossible. I don't believe it.
He left behind a letter. He couldn't have been clearer. Everything about the manner of his death suggests that he decided on suicide. It would help us a great deal if you could tell me what happened when you saw him last night. What did you talk about? What was his state of mind? Adam Strauss calmed down a little, as if acknowledging the need to cooperate. His wife brought over a glass of fizzy water with a lemon slice and ice cubes. He didn't thank her, but emptied it in one gulp and set the glass down. She took her place next to him.
I went over to Woodlands at about 8:30, after we finished eating, he explained. Roderick was on his own, of course. He'd dropped his wife off with her sister, and, at least, it comforted him to know that she was being looked after. I got the feeling that he was nervous about being on his own. He'd had a bit to drink. There was an open bottle of scotch on the table when I arrived.
This accorded with what the police pathologist had found in his blood. Did he offer you some? Dudley asked.
Yes, he might have. I don't really remember. I didn't drink any.
Go on, Kahn said.
We sat down and we talked. He told me that he'd had a dreadful time at the police station in Shepherd's Bush, that he'd been treated like a common criminal, and even threatened.
Nobody threatened him, Kahn said.
I can only tell you what he told me. He was quite sure that the police had made up their minds and that he was the one who had killed Giles Kentworthy. It was his weapon. He had a motive. He was going to be arrested, and it would be the end of his practice, his marriage, his life. He might have to go to prison. If you knew Roderick, you'd know he wouldn't have lasted a week there. The thought filled him with horror. I tried to reassure him. I told him that everyone in the close was behind him, and we knew that he hadn't shot anyone. We'd all been interviewed, first by you and then by Mr. Hawthorne, Any one of us could have done it, and I still believe this is the most likely possibility, it could have been someone from outside. I said this to you the last time you were here. Kentworthy was a hedge fund manager. Hedge fund managers have enemies.
How long were you with him?
Hawthorne asked.
A couple of hours, give or take. I left about 10 o'clock.
Was there anything in Mr. Brown's manner that caused you alarm?
Everything in his manner caused me alarm, but if you're asking me if I thought he might kill himself, the answer's obviously no. I told Roderick to go to bed, and I assured him that everything would seem better in the morning. I thought I'd helped him. By the time I left, he seemed quieter and more relaxed.
He glanced down into his empty glass.
Now you're making me worry that I was wrong. I shouldn't have left him on his own. I should have stayed longer, or maybe invited him over here.
You did everything you could, Terry assured him.
I don't know. I really don't.
I don't suppose anyone saw you leave? Dudley asked.
Why are you even asking my husband that question? Terry cut in. Are you suggesting that he's lying to you? You think that he killed his friend?
I can assure you that such a thought never crossed my mind, Mrs. Strauss, Dudley said. Adam held up a conciliatory hand.
You don't need to worry yourself, my dear. They have to ask these questions as part of the game.
He glanced at Dudley.
As it happens, there was someone. I heard the electric gate open, and Andrew Pennington came in, just as I was saying goodbye. I didn't speak to him, but I saw him, and I'm sure he saw me.
Was he in a car or on foot?
On foot. Adam was very upset when he arrived home, Terry volunteered. His leg hurt him very much. He was tired, but if you say he had anything to do with the death of Roderick Brown, that's disgusting. You have no right to come here and say these things.
There was a tone of dismissal in her voice. The three men stood up and made their goodbyes, and Terry escorted them out of the house. Strauss stayed where he was, too exhausted to move. His wife stood there on the doorstep for a moment, glaring at Hawthorne as if all this was his fault.
My husband has to prepare for Chennai, she said. This business, murder, suicide, policemen, all these questions, we've had enough. You have to make it stop.
She closed the door. Chapter 4. Andrew Pennington confirmed Strauss's story.
I was playing bridge, he said. My Wednesday night game. I'll be honest and say that it was a relief to take my mind off what's happening here. There are two groups I like to play with, but that evening I was in Richmond.
Can you provide an address? Khan asked.
Of course. The Legates in Friars Lane. A very pleasant couple. We always meet at 7, have a quick supper, and then play a few rubbers, usually 3 or 4. I try to be home by 10 and read for an hour before bed. You must think me a very dull old stick, but I'm afraid that's what happens when you live alone. Everything falls into a pattern. Radio 4 in the morning, a stroll before lunch, a quick nap in the afternoon, that sort of thing. I heard the two of them as I came through the gate. Adam Strauss was standing in the doorway. I didn't see Roderick, but I heard him speak. He was thanking Adam. You've always been so kind to me. I'm very grateful to you, or words to that effect. I wasn't close enough to hear them, exactly. The lights went out, the front door closed, and Adam walked away. I assume Roderick must have turned in. As for Adam, he went round the other side of the driveway, past Gardener's cottage, so we didn't talk to each other. I stood outside in the fresh air for a moment, looking at the stars. I saw him go into the stables, and that was that.
Did you see anyone else? Dudley asked. Pennington stiffened.
Why are you asking me that? I understood that Roderick's death was self-inflicted.
It almost certainly was, Khan said, but this is still a murder investigation.
You're treating Roderick's death as murder?
No, sir, I'm referring to the murder of Giles Kentworthy, to which, I'm sorry to say, your friend Mr. Brown confessed. Andrew shook his head.
It's terrible. Just terrible. I never thought he would take it this far.
For an experienced barrister, Andrew Pennington had made an elementary mistake. He had offered up more information than he had intended, and Hawthorne jumped straight in.
"Are you saying you knew what Roderick Brown was going to do?" he asked. No, not at all. I had absolutely no idea."
Andrew searched for the right words, desperately trying to find a way to escape the implications of what he had just said.
"Obviously, if I had known anything of his intentions, I would have contacted the appropriate authorities." "You must have known something. That's the only way you might have been able to stop him."
Hawthorne sounded completely reasonable, but at the same time he was merciless.
"And what exactly was the it that you didn't think would go so far?"
"He did, on one occasion, express a very strong, indeed a violent, dislike of his neighbour. He even went so far as to say that—"
"What?"
"That he wanted to kill him."
"What occasion was this?" Khan demanded. "And why didn't you tell me any of this when I spoke to you yesterday?"
"Because I'd forgotten all about it. It was just an evening we'd had together a while ago. Over a drink. You know how it is. You have a couple of glasses of wine, you say stupid things. Everyone does it."
"I've never threatened to shoot a crossbow bolt through somebody's throat," Dudley remarked.
"I'll ignore that comment if you don't mind, Mr. Dudley. What Roderick said wasn't a serious death threat, and at the time I thought nothing of it. Obviously, in light of recent developments, it's only now that I find myself forced to reconsider."
"I'm frankly amazed that a man with your experience would keep this sort of information to yourself, Mr. Pennington," Khan said. "I may have to ask you to come in and make another statement."
"Of course. I'll help you any way I can, but, as I've already explained, Roderick had drunk a bit too much wine, and he made an off-colour remark. That's all there was to it."
Khan stood up. The four of them had met in Pennington's sitting room, and he had heard enough. But Dudley hadn't finished. "You never answered my question," he said.
"What question was that?"
Pennington was also on his feet. "If you saw anyone else in the close when you got back from bridge."
"I don't feel comfortable implicating my neighbours."
"If Mr. Brown really committed suicide, you're not implicating anyone."
"These aren't just my neighbours, they're my friends."
"So which one of your friends did you see?" Andrew realised he had no way of escape.
"I saw Tom Beresford," he said, speaking the words heavily. "He didn't go anywhere near Roderick's house. He appeared at the front door of his own place and walked round the side. He might have been going into his garage."
"At 10 o'clock at night? Did you hear him drive off?"
"I didn't hear a car, no."
"You didn't see him head towards Mr. Brown's house?"
"Definitely not. He disappeared into the shadows."
"Like he didn't want to be seen?"
"No. It was 10 o'clock at night, and it was dark. He was there one moment and gone the next."
Pennington walked to the front door and opened it.
"Maybe Tom had left something in the car," he continued. "Could have been as simple as that."
He turned to Khan.
"I know you have a job to do, Detective Superintendent, but you must understand that we've all known each other for years. This is our home. You're suggesting that Roderick committed the murder and killed himself out of remorse, and I have to say, I'm inclined to agree with you. There seems to be no alternative explanation. So why are you continuing with this investigation? Can't you just move on and leave us all in peace?"
They left Well House and stood outside near the gate. It was early afternoon, and once again the police presence was thinning out. Khan seemed to come to a decision. "All right," he said. "Are you satisfied, Hawthorne? I'd say we've come to the end of the road."
"What road's that, Detective Superintendent?"
Hawthorne asked. "We now know that Roderick Brown threatened to kill Giles Kentworthy. It was his crossbow, and he had the most obvious motive. He was under a lot of pressure, having to deal with his wife's illness, and it seems fair to say that he was acting on her behalf. If Kentworthy was dead, the pool wouldn't be built, her view would be protected, and they wouldn't have to move. So let's move on to the suicide itself. It may well be that my interview with him upset him more than I thought, but I was not alone in the interrogation room. The whole thing was recorded. I observed all the correct procedures, and Mr. Brown was absolutely fine when he was taken home. We've now learned that he became distressed later in the evening and called Adam Strauss for help. He drank whiskey and took an overdose of sleeping pills. He used nitrous oxide and other apparatus consistent with his work as a dentist. He wrote a suicide letter. The garage door was double-locked, the skylight was securely fastened, and there was no other way in or out. So, when I say we've come to the end of the road, I mean that I'm going to recommend that we close this inquiry, or, at least, that we do not interview any other witnesses. Mr. Brown killed Mr. Kentworthy, and, out of remorse, took his own life. It's as simple as that.
Can I just say one thing? Hawthorne asked.
What?
If Brown's suicide is so cut and dried, why didn't he cancel the carer? If he was going to kill himself, wouldn't he have told Damien Shaw not to come in? And while we're on the subject of Damien, he doesn't believe the suicide theory either. He agreed that Brown would never have left his wife on her own. He was devoted to her. May Winslow and Phyllis Moore said much the same thing. But according to you, that's just what he did. And although there are a lot of unanswered questions, you seem to be ignoring them. What happened to his missing phone? And the missing car key? For someone about to top himself, Mr. Brown seems to have been missing a lot. And here's something else that may not have crossed your mind. You told us that one set of keys to the Skoda were found in Brown's trouser pocket, but doesn't that strike you as odd? For a start, he didn't need the key, he wasn't going anywhere. And if he'd used it to open and shut the doors, wouldn't it have been in his hand or on the seat next to him? No one ever puts car keys in their trouser pockets. And nor do they carry a 1-inch drinking straw with them, not even if they fancy a quick sniff of cocaine. Anyway, as far as I can see, Brown wasn't into that. Lots and lots of questions. But for some reason, you don't seem to want to do your job.
Khan was about to argue, but he'd had enough. I don't need to take this from you, he said. Your work here is over, and I want you to leave. I've heard a lot about you, Hawthorne, and to be honest, none of it is good. I had misgivings about inviting you here in the first place, and now I see why. You meet a police officer who's making good in his career, and all you want to do is stir things up, but it's not going to work with me. I'll wish you a good day. Khan turned on his heel and walked off. Part 6. A Locked Room Mystery. Chapter 1. I've never been a huge fan of so-called locked room mysteries. There's a very specific subgenre in the murder mystery crime arena that has its own rules and effectively presents the reader with a seemingly impossible puzzle. It's not enough for the characters to be isolated, the Mousetrap, Orient Express. Everything has to be so fiendishly arranged that the detective has no chance of solving the puzzle, until he or she does. The first, and still the most famous locked room mystery, is said to be The Murders in the Rue Morgue, written in 1841 by Edgar Allan Poe, the man who inspired Sherlock Holmes. Here, a mother and a daughter are brutally murdered in their flat, the daughter stuffed up a chimney, but the door and the shutters are securely fastened from inside, and the flat is 4 floors up from the street with no way to climb in. The story has a great ending, but one that doesn't really play fair. I'm not sure a modern writer would get away with it. The real problem of the locked room mystery is that the mechanics are often so complicated and even contorted that it's hard to believe the murderer could go to so much trouble, and the emotions of the story can disappear in a Heath Robinson construction of cogs and wheels, mirrors, sliding doors, and body doubles. As much as you may admire the solution, you are forced to suspend disbelief. The killers are so clever that they seem positively inhuman, literally so in Poe's story. It's difficult to avoid a sense of contrivance. Try reading The Hollow Man, written by the king of crime, John Dickson Carr, in 1935. It's unquestionably brilliant, often cited as the best locked-room mystery ever written. Here, a man is seen entering a professor's study, a shot rings out, and the professor is found dead. There is a window, but the ground outside is covered in snow. There are no footprints, and the killer has disappeared. The explanation is interminable, and eventually blots out the actual reason for the murder, another crime committed long ago, blackmail and betrayal. The solution relies on chance and coincidence. The clock had broken. The snow wasn't forecast. It left me cold. It's my belief that these days the best locked-room mysteries come from Japan. Try Murder in the Crooked House by Soji Shimada, or The Honjin Murders by Seishi Yokomiso, a true master of the art and the author of almost 80 books. They are both fiendish and elegant. In the first, the entire setting becomes an accomplice to the crime. As for the second, the gurgle of the water wheel and the music played on the koto, a sort of zither both integral to the plot, will always stay with me. Sheer genius, but far removed from real life. I only mention all this to explain why my immediate reaction to the last batch of material I'd received had been one of dismay. Hawthorne was insisting that Roderick Brown had not committed suicide, and all the ingredients of the locked-room mystery were set out in front of me. Nobody could have got into the garage. There was only one key fob, which Roderick must have used to lock the car doors after he got inside. He couldn't have been carried there, and he had written a suicide note. It was always possible that Hawthorne was wrong. After all, he had said that the case hadn't worked out the way he wanted, and Alistair Morton, the CEO of Fenchurch International, had also warned me that I shouldn't write the book, because it would show Hawthorne in a bad light. Of course, that would be even worse. It would mean that Morton was right and that the story wasn't worth writing. Hawthorne hadn't solved anything, and the killer had simply confessed. The end. I'd been depressed enough when I left the offices of Fenchurch International. Morton had ruined everything for me by revealing the solution, which I'm sure was exactly what he'd intended, and so far he'd been spot on. Khan had said the case was closed. Roderick Brown had been named as the killer, and he had then taken his own life. Where did that leave me? With a very short book for a start, more a novella than a novel, and I couldn't see my editor jumping up and down with excitement when the manuscript was delivered. So, on reflection, I realized that a locked-room mystery might be exactly what I needed. If it turned out that Roderick Brown's entire garage swivelled round to reveal a hidden staircase, which had allowed someone to gain access through an underground passage that connected with the medieval well, I'd just have to grit my teeth and get on with it. At least it would mean that Roderick Brown hadn't committed suicide after all, and that someone had indeed murdered him, presumably the same person who had shot Giles Kentworthy. But who? I'd sent Hawthorne the next section, Another Death, and was waiting for him to show up. He was coming to the flat again at 11 o'clock. That gave me 30 minutes to get myself into his mindset. I went to my desk and sat there, thinking about the possibilities, trying to work it out for myself. It should have been simple. After all, there weren't that many suspects. Who had killed Giles Kentworthy? The way I saw it, May Winslow and Phyllis Moore had replaced Sarah Baines as the most likely suspects, even if it seemed almost impossible to believe. Isn't that how it always works? The killer is the last person you expect, and these two were ex-nuns with such a hatred of violence that they wouldn't even stock Joe Nesbo in their cosy crime bookshop. I would have been surprised if, at 81 and 79, they even had the strength to lift the crossbow and take aim, but maybe one of them had held it while the other pulled the trigger. They certainly had a motive. They'd been shattered by the death of their dog, and although Sarah Baines was almost certainly responsible, it was Giles Kentworthy who had given the order. They had a key to Roderick's house. They could have slipped into the garage at any time. That would also have helped them to engineer his death. I wondered how they'd raised the money to buy both their house and the shop in Richmond. That story about the surprise inheritance hadn't rung true. It's the sort of thing that only happens in children's books, and an aunt of all things. I reached for a sheet of paper and scribbled their names at the top. Who next? Sarah Baines had slipped down to number 2. She was an ex-prisoner who had somehow talked her way into Riverside Close, taking advantage of May Winslow's good nature. She certainly had a reason to kill Giles Kentworthy. He had found her snooping around in his office and had fired her, threatening to report her to the police, which would have been the last thing she needed. There was also an interesting link between her and Roderick Brown. She had called him while he was in the garage with Hawthorne and Dudley. Was it possible that she was sharing something she had found on Kentworthy's computer? Roderick was certainly an enthusiastic supporter. She's a fine young woman, very hard-working and always helpful, although his untidy garden told a different story. Did she have some hold over him? Why had his phone gone missing at around the same time as his death? Did he know something that had got him killed? And then there was Dr. Tom Beresford and his wife. Hawthorne had described Dr. Beresford as an alcoholic, addicted to sleeping pills, stressed and miserable, locked into an endless row with his neighbour about a narrow driveway and who had the right to park there. But it was more likely to have been the death of his patient, Raymond Shaw, that had tipped the balance and turned him into a potential murderer. Was there some link between Shaw and Beresford that I hadn't yet discovered? Suppose he had stolen the crossbow and Roderick had seen him. That might have been a motive for a second murder, although I still had no idea how he could have done it. Unless he was assisted by his wife. Gemma Beresford would surely do anything to protect her husband. I opened a drawer and took out one of the photographs that Hawthorne had sent me. It was a printout from her website showing her rare poison collection of jewellery: snakes, scorpions, spiders, and doll's eyes, a toxic plant from North America. There was definitely something sinister about her, and I wondered how far she would go to keep her family together. Far enough to kill? She reminded me a bit of Terry Strauss, Adam's second wife. Of the two of them, I found it easier to imagine Terry creeping around Riverview Close in the middle of the night with a crossbow, and there was definitely something sinister about her, even the fact that she was a blood relative of Strauss's first wife, Wendy. She had a reason to kill Giles Kentworthy, although not a very good one. It was his children who had smashed her husband's prize chess set, a gift from Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, no less. She was certainly ferocious in her devotion to Adam. She thought he was a genius. She accompanied him to all his chess tournaments. But would she really murder someone on account of a broken chess set? I wasn't sure. A chess grandmaster might have the intelligence required to plan a murder. I've always thought of chess as a rather cold-blooded game, and it was true that Adam Strauss had always been the spider at the heart of the web that was Riverview Close. One way or another, he was connected to everyone who lived there, and he had hosted the meeting that Kentworthy had failed to show up for. It was also his fault that the new family had arrived in the first place. Even so, I could see no serious reason why he would have murdered either of the two men. Roderick Brown was a close friend. When Roderick was at his lowest, it was Adam he had called, and he had certainly been alive when Adam left his home. Or had Andrew Pennington got that wrong? He was the only witness. He had also seen Tom Beresford sneaking out of his front door at 10 o'clock at night. Pennington had accused Giles Kentworthy of racial prejudice, and there was a vague link with the attack on the old lady in Hampton Wick. A leaflet advertising the UK Independence Party had been found at the scene of the crime, and Marcia Clark had a connection with the Beresford household. Their nanny had been looking after her. It was all very confusing. The more I thought about it, the more I regretted ever taking on the book. Despite what I'd hoped when I set out, it was much easier following Hawthorne round, writing down what I saw. Trying to piece a solution together from a mountain of information, not all of which might be reliable, was like trying to construct a jigsaw puzzle without ever having been shown the picture it was supposed to form. The doorbell rang. It had to be Hawthorne, with the next batch of documents he had promised to bring. But when I went downstairs, it was not Hawthorne standing at the door. It took me a few seconds to recognise the pink-faced, plump-cheeked man in the baggy suit with his untidy hair and apologetic smile. "Roland!" I exclaimed. Hawthorne's adoptive brother was carrying a large manila envelope, just as he had the first time we met, although on this occasion he was holding it out for me. "I was asked to give you this," he said. "By Hawthorne?" "Yes. I was expecting to see him. He asked me to apologise on his behalf. He is not able to come." This was almost certainly untrue. Hawthorne had never apologised to me in his life. "Would you like to come in?" I asked. No, thank you. He thrust the packet into my hands. I'm just passing. I need to be on my way. Is this more stuff about Richmond? I asked. Yes. He was already turning back towards Farringdon Station, but I stopped him. He knows I saw Morton, doesn't he? Roland and Hawthorne couldn't have been more different. Whereas Hawthorne would never have let anyone or anything stand in his way, his adoptive brother was more diffident, more unwilling to cause offence. Hawthorne, for that matter, would simply have lied. Roland blurted out the truth. Yes, he admitted. I have to tell you, he's not happy about it. Well, tell him I'm sorry. His cheeks reddened, and I realised that this was probably as angry as he ever got. And you might as well know, I'm not happy either. I'm the one who got the blame. I was foolish enough to trust you when we met at the flat. I told you about the Barracloughs, and I'm never going to hear the end of it. You don't just walk in on a man like Morton. Do you have any idea who he is, what you're dealing with? You've certainly landed me in it. So tell me, I snapped. I was becoming exasperated with the loss of control, of having my own book revealed to me before I'd written it. Who is Morton, and what is Fenchurch International? Why are you so scared of them? Roland hesitated. He looked around him, as if afraid of being overheard. They are the biggest security company in the UK, and quite possibly the world, he said. Cybersecurity, protection, risk assessment, personal and financial investigation. They provide specialised services to government and to industry. They work in the military. You have no idea how much power they have, how much they know. You work for them. I'm nothing. He glanced at the package she'd brought with him. A postboy. Morton told me not to write the book, I said. Then if you've got any sense, you'll stop. He glanced at me one last time. But you won't listen to me. You're like every writer I've ever met. You only think of yourself, and you don't care how much damage you might do. He stepped round me and walked off. I watched him, feeling guilty. Roland was clearly a decent man, and it was true that I'd taken advantage of him. But then what was I to do when Hawthorne was so endlessly uncooperative? I must have stood there for a couple of minutes, the commuters walking past me on both sides of the pavement. Should I be nervous? Could there be someone watching me even now? I went back into my flat, closing the door behind me. As soon as I reached my office, I sat down and tore open the envelope, leafing through the notes and transcripts that poured onto my desk. What I was looking for wasn't there. There was no personal note from Hawthorne, no explanation as to why he had cancelled our meeting at the last minute, not even something about Fenchurch International and the mistake I'd made going there. I tried to focus. All I saw was words, thousands more words to add to the tens of thousands I'd already written. I couldn't connect with them. Riverview Close, Hawthorne and John Dudley, Khan, the doctor, the dentist, the dog, the dear old ladies. They'd all somehow fused into each other. The sun was glaring at me through the window. I was suffocating. I knew what I had to do. I got up, left my own locked room behind me, and took a train to Richmond. Chapter 2. Richmond Station was only an hour away, although all the time I'd been writing it could have been on the other side of the planet. A flight of steps led up from the platform, and I realised that this must have been where Adam Strauss had fallen, or had he been pushed. The steps were quite wide and empty at this time of the day, but I could imagine that in the rush hour they would present a very different prospect. I wondered if Dudley had managed to look at the CCTV camera footage yet. The answer to that question might be sitting on my desk even now. I emerged into sunlight and looked around me. The station was on the edge of the town and had an attractive facade and, unusually, a clock that worked. I was intending to walk straight down to Riverview Close, but since I was on the high street and surrounded by shops, it made sense to start with the tea cosy, always assuming it was still in business. 5 years had passed since the events I've been describing. It was one of the reasons why I'd never made it a priority to come out here. May Winslow and Phyllis Moore could both be dead by now. The other neighbours might well have left. I wasn't returning to the scene of the crime so much as to a distant memory of it. I found a Waterstones on a corner and knew I must be getting near. This was where the two ladies had sent any customers looking for books they considered violent or profane. I continued past an incredibly tatty Odeon cinema, fanatical about film, it said, with the first F falling off, and up the hill. After that, I passed an estate agent, 2 coffee bars, a fireplace shop, and a health centre, but there was no sign of anyone selling Golden Age crime or humorous tea towels. I retraced my steps and went into what looked like a well-established flower shop. A woman with frizzy fair hair was standing behind a counter, surrounded by an abundance of exotic plants. I asked her about the tea cosy.
"Oh, that was 2 doors away," she told me. "May Winslow was the owner. I used to see her. Was it her sister from time to time? They were quite sweet, although no business sense at all. They didn't carry any of the new bestsellers."
"Do you know where they went?"
"I heard a rumour they'd gone back north. The story was that they'd spent years in a convent and maybe they went back there," she sighed. "The rates are too high. It's just not fair. If they're not careful, the whole high street will turn into telephones and tat."
It was a disappointing start. I'd been looking forward to meeting May and Phyllis, browsing through their bookshelves and finding out if they stocked me. I put all that behind me and set off back down the hill, then followed the road in the direction of Petersham, with a quite extraordinary view of the River Thames and the fields beyond that could have inspired Constable or Turner, a huge azure sky and a ribbon of glinting water twisting all the way to the horizon. The Italian Gothic towers of the Petersham Hotel rose up in front of me. The building had been there since the 19th century, and for the first time I understood something of what it must have meant to live in Riverview Close. Richmond was exclusive in the true sense of the word. It excluded much of the worst of modern life. I recognised the archway before I saw the road sign that named it, and walked through with a sense of unreality, even though this was the first real thing I had done. And there I was, standing in my own book. Well House was on my right. I could see Riverview Lodge in front of me, and noticed at once that the swimming pool had not been built after all. I walked forward, taking in the roundabout, which looked neat and tidy with a blaze of bright colours. There was Gardener's Cottage, where the Beresfords had lived, over to the left. Were they still here? Was anyone? It was only now that I realised how odd it would be to meet some of the characters I'd been writing about. Everything looked very much as I had imagined it, although it was a touch smaller than I had thought, the houses closer together. It was easy to see why too many parked cars would have been an issue. The driveways heading left and right, with the Beresfords' garage on one side and Roderick Brown's on the other, were particularly narrow and poorly designed, as if the architects had intended there to be trouble. I was feeling increasingly uncomfortable just standing there. It dawned on me that I was effectively trespassing. I wondered how many tourists and ghouls strolled in here every month. After all, this was the site of 2 unnatural deaths, and there are parts of London where murder walks are very much an attraction. Follow in the footsteps of Jack the Ripper or the Cray brothers or Sherlock Holmes. I didn't want to draw attention to myself, so I headed meaningfully for the stables, as if I was expected and had every right to be there. Adam Strauss was low on my list of suspects, but he would probably know more than anyone else. I rang the front doorbell. There was no answer. I looked through a gap in the net curtains, Hawthorne hadn't mentioned these, and saw that the room had changed. There were no chessboards, no refectory table. Adam and his wife must have moved. I glanced across at Gardener's Cottage, but there was no sign of any movement. Dr. Beresford was probably at his surgery, his wife in town, his children, 9 years old now, at school. That really only left me with one option. I walked over to Well House and rang the bell. This time I was in luck. The door opened. Andrew Pennington stood in front of me. Yes? It was so odd to be seeing him in the flesh that it took me a few moments to find a way to introduce myself. Up until now, he had been little more than a figment of my imagination. When I was writing, I'd felt that I owned him. I'd used the photographs and the transcripts I'd been sent and had tried to be as accurate as possible, but I'd invented lots of things, too. Neither Hawthorne nor Dudley had been there, for example, when Ellery was found in the well, and I'd had to recreate the entire scene. I didn't know if he drank gin and tonic. It was almost like meeting a pen friend for the first time. I had formed a picture of him that might turn out to be far from the truth. Well, at least he looked more or less the same, though he had aged considerably in the last 5 years. The white edges of his hair were more pronounced than I had described. He looked thinner, too, as if he was recovering from an illness. There was a pinched quality to his face, with its sunken cheeks and hollow eyes. He was dressed in a tracksuit, a pair of spectacles hanging on a chain around his neck. His eyesight must have got worse, as I was sure I'd never mentioned them. "Andrew Pennington," I said.
"Yes?"
"I wonder if I could have a word." I told him my name. "I'm a writer," I said.
"A journalist?"
"No, not at all. I'm a children's author." I don't know why I said that. I suppose it wouldn't have done me any favours, turning up at a crime scene and announcing I wrote murder mysteries. "I think you met a friend of mine once a while ago, Daniel Hawthorne. He came here when Giles Kentworthy was killed."
"Oh, yes."
His face gave nothing away. He spoke to me a few times. "I'm writing a book about him. Not a children's book, a sort of biography. I was wondering if I could talk to you about the time you spent with him, how it was to meet him." Pennington considered.
"You know my name," he said. "Did he talk to you about me?"
"A little."
"You know what happened here?"
"I know some of it." He surprised me.
"Come in," he said.
"Let me make you a cup of coffee." He led me into the kitchen, and, for what it's worth, I'd got his house exactly right. We chatted about the many attractions of Richmond while he went through the business of grinding the beans, percolating the coffee, warming the milk. He seemed pleased to see me, and I guessed that he didn't have many visitors. At last he came over and sat opposite me.
"It's not the same here," he said. "Almost everyone's gone. May and Phyllis were the first to leave."
I had told him about the bookshop that had closed. "Did they leave a forwarding address?" I asked.
"They didn't need to. They never received any mail, and I don't think I saw anyone visit them, either. They only had each other, and, although it saddens me to say it, I'm not sure they were all that close. I got the sense it was more that they needed the company and tolerated each other."
"The flower shop lady said they went back to their convent."
"They may well have. They came out of nowhere, and that's where they went. They didn't even say goodbye. They dropped a note through my door, and that was it. The next day they'd gone. We'd been neighbours for 14 years, and we'd been on friendly terms, but perhaps that terrible night when their dog fell into my well changed things. They were never the same after that."
"They blamed you?"
"No. Well, I obviously had nothing to do with it. But I suppose my house, even its name, had bad associations for them. They didn't like coming here after that, and we drifted apart."
"You say the dog fell in. Is that what you believe?"
"They had it in their heads that the Kentworthys might have been involved, but they had absolutely no evidence, and I'd prefer to give them the benefit of the doubt."
"Who lives at the Gables now?"
"A retired couple, an artist and his wife. They're very pleasant, but I don't see a lot of them. Felicity Brown never came back, by the way. She's still with her sister in Woking, I believe. It's ironic, because the swimming pool was never built in the end. But there was nothing for her here."
"Who else went?" I asked.
Dr. Beresford and his wife were the next to go. They left shortly afterwards. It had nothing to do with the murder or anything like that. I don't think Tom had ever been that comfortable here. It was too far out of London for him. He and Gemma went back to Notting Hill Gate with their girls, and they're all much happier. They send me a Christmas card every year, which is nice. Gemma Beresford is doing very well. There was a piece about her in Vogue magazine. Her new range of jewellery is inspired by bacteria and viruses. According to what she said in the article, they're very beautiful shapes. Can't see it myself, and I can imagine what my wife would have said. They sold their house to a Bangladeshi family, the Hussains. 3 children and cats. That makes a change from Ellery. Is the coffee all right?
It's fine, thank you. It wasn't. He had made it too strong, and I could feel the grounds sticking to my tongue.
You wanted to talk to me about Daniel Hawthorne? He reminded me. I have to say, I think he'd make an interesting subject for a book. You said he's a friend of yours.
Yes. I wasn't ready to talk about him yet. What about Adam Strauss and his wife? I asked. Have they gone too?
Yes.
He paused.
I can't say I particularly miss them.
Why is that?
Well, I sometimes think that Adam was responsible for much of what happened. It was he who sold Riverview Lodge, which allowed the Kentworthys to move in. Well, of course, it's not fair to blame him, but he did have a way of being in control, of placing himself centre stage, so to speak, and I always thought that he could have done more to help poor Roderick. He was there that last night. I saw them together. He just walked away, and a few hours later Roderick went into the garage and...
He shook his head.
Mind you, Adam was just as upset as the rest of us. He wasn't to know what was going to happen. And anyway, I shouldn't speak ill of the dead.
I had to play back what he had just said. Adam died? I asked.
Yes, it was a terrible business, especially after everything that had happened. He fell off a hotel balcony in London. The first I heard of it was when I saw it reported in the papers.
When was this? I was shocked.
I can't remember exactly. It would have been about 6 months after the business here, a few weeks after he put his house on the market. He and Terry had also planned to move on. They were thinking of moving to Thailand, believe it or not, quite a change from Richmond-upon-Thames. There were interested buyers, but the accident happened before a sale could be agreed. I went to his funeral at Mortlake Cemetery. That was the last time I saw Tom and Gemma Beresford. They were there too. None of us could believe it.
Nor could I. I remembered that Strauss had been pushed down the stairs at Richmond Station just a couple of days before the death of Giles Kentworthy, and now he might have been pushed again, this time with a fatal result. Andrew Pennington had spoken of an accident, but the 2 incidents had to be related in some way. Could it be that whoever had attacked him the first time had returned to finish the job, and if so, why? Giles Kentworthy was dead. Roderick Brown had taken the blame. What could possibly be gained by murdering the chess grandmaster? Did the police investigate? I asked.
Oh, yes, they were definitely suspicious, but I'm afraid the investigation came to nothing. Adam was alone in his room. Terry had gone out for a walk. Nobody saw anything. The railing was quite low, and they assumed that he slipped and fell.
I wondered if Hawthorne knew about this. He had never mentioned that Adam Strauss was dead, and there had been nothing in the pages he'd sent me so far. I would have to ask him when I next saw him. So, what happened to Terry? I asked.
She went through with the sale and left. I'm afraid I don't have a contact for her.
All of them, one after another. Giles Kentworthy and Roderick Brown, Felicity Brown, May Winslow and Phyllis Moore, Dr. Beresford and his wife, Adam Strauss dead, his widow gone. I remember the title Morton had given me, Close to Death. That was what this place had become. Mr. Pennington, can I ask you something about the death of Giles Kentworthy?
Andrew, please, and of course you can. It's all far behind me now. Water under Richmond Bridge, you might say.
Do you think Roderick Brown killed him? Hawthorne had his doubts, that's what he told me, and he wasn't sure about Mr. Brown's suicide either. Andrew Pennington took off his glasses and wiped them with a tissue. Then he put them back on again. He had given himself time to think.
My opinion hasn't changed since I spoke to Mr. Hawthorne all those years ago. I am quite sure that Roderick did indeed shoot Giles Kentworthy with the crossbow that he kept in his garage. He would have done anything for Felicity, and it may be that she was much stronger than she seemed. I wouldn't have been surprised if she had suggested it to him. It's also a fact that he threatened to commit the crime. I heard him. So it's a natural assumption that he took his own life out of guilt and remorse and fear of being arrested. The note he left behind said as much. I hope you're not trying to reopen old wounds, Anthony. What's to be gained? I'm still living in Riverview Close. It's not the place it used to be, but you have to accept change as part of life. At least some sort of peace has returned.
You never thought of leaving? I asked. He smiled sadly.
Where would I go? I bought this house with my wife, Iris. We were very happy together, and living here I still feel close to her. I have friends in Richmond. When everyone else departed, I did think briefly about putting the place on the market, but at the end of the day I couldn't see any point.
Andrew Pennington stirred his coffee with a spoon. He had hardly drunk any of it.
It's a strange thing, isn't it? He mused. Living in a place like this, being surrounded by the same people day in, day out. What are they exactly? They're your neighbours. They're not quite your friends, although they're closer to you than anyone in the world. You live in and out of each other's pockets, and you know everything about them. It was no secret that Adam used to have shouting matches with his first wife, or that Gemma Beresford was worried to death about Tom's drinking. Linda Kentworthy was cheating on her husband. There were strange men in and out of that house all the time when he was away. May bullied Phyllis, and often made her life a misery. And not a single person in the close liked that dog. It really was a terrible nuisance. But that's human life, isn't it? We all have our upsets and disagreements, but when we come together as friends and neighbours, they don't matter so much. It's a wonderful word, a close. 'Cause that was what we all were. Closeness was what we had, and I miss it, now that it's gone. Miss the people who lived here. I won't pretend otherwise.
He got to his feet.
I'm sorry. The older I get, the more maudlin I seem to become. It's what happens when you live alone. Where are you based?
I'm in a flat in Clerkenwell.
Oh, I couldn't bear that. You should move to Richmond.
I had finished as much of my coffee as I could manage. I stood up and we shook hands. Thank you for seeing me.
It was a pleasure. I shall look out for your book.
He walked with me to the door, and I paused for a moment before I went out. I forgot to ask, who bought Riverview Lodge? I said. Pennington looked surprised.
Oh, didn't I tell you? Linda Kentworthy and her children are still there. The house is on the market, but she hasn't managed to sell it yet. She only put it on in the spring. The funny thing is, she's told me how much she likes Riverview Close. It's hard to believe, looking back. Maybe it suits her more now that she's on her own.
He glanced at his watch.
If you're lucky, you might find her in.
Do you ever talk to her?
Now and then, if we happen to be passing.
We shook hands, and he closed the door. So, Linda Kentworthy was still at Riverview Lodge. I walked up the drive, past the gables and woodlands. I rang the bell. Chapter 3. I hadn't written very much about Linda Kentworthy, and that was just as well. She was quite different to the woman I'd described. She was remarkably attractive, much warmer and more welcoming than I'd expected, with a relaxed, easy-going quality that made her easy to like. In my defence, I'd been relying on the descriptions given to me by Hawthorne, who had interrogated her, and her neighbours, who disliked her. The police photographers had simply snapped her for the records. It hadn't been their job to flatter her. Maybe her changed circumstances, everything that had happened since the death of her husband, had softened her, but she met me at the door and invited me in as if we were old friends. It helped that her children had read my books. "Oh, Tristram is crazy about Alex Rider," she said. "He's seen the film 3 times, and he'll be furious he missed you. But both the boys are at school. We're going to have to take a selfie together." How could I dislike her after that? There had been many changes made to the house since the time of the murder. I had written about abstract art, pale carpets, and a neatness that was almost oppressive. The artwork had been replaced by original posters in frames, mainly French films by Truffaut and Tati. The carpets were modern and bright. The one in the hall would have had to have been replaced, for obvious reasons, and everywhere I looked I saw evidence of a carefree family life. Trainers left by the stairs, jerseys hanging off the banisters, a basket of laundry on a chair, the dreaded skateboards leaning against the wall by the front door. "Are Hugo and Tristram at Eton?" I asked her. She laughed. "No, Hugo didn't want to go there, and anyway, it suited me to put them both in the local comprehensive. For someone who spent his whole life dealing with money, Giles left his affairs in a terrible mess, and I wasn't even sure I had enough in the bank to get them through private education. They're much happier growing up with normal kids. I didn't want them ending up like their dad." That surprised me. I thought she'd adored him. We were sitting at the far end of the kitchen, which had a conservatory area looking out over the garden. Just around the corner, I could see the famous magnolia tree that Adam Strauss had planted and which Giles had intended to cut down. The blossoms had faded as autumn drew in, but there were still a few hints of dark red and white, memories of its summer glory. I asked her about the swimming pool. "I couldn't afford it now if I wanted it," she told me. "But, to be honest with you, I was never that keen. That was another of Giles's ideas. I like the garden the way it is, and looking at the magnolia, who would want to lose that? I'll miss it when we go." "I see you've taken down the Union Jack." "That came down even before the funeral," she replied, with a sniff of laughter. "I hated it. Giles was always banging on about politics, Brexit. That's why he had the flag." I wanted to ask her if he had been a racist, but couldn't find a polite way of putting it, so instead I said, "Have you found a buyer for the house yet? Are you interested?" I shook my head. "I don't think so." She nodded sadly. "Even after everything that happened, I'd still like to stay. The boys like it, and they've got lots of friends in the area, but the house is far too big for the three of us. We had to let Jasmine go. We just have a daily now. She comes in twice a week, and she's not here until tomorrow, so apologies for the mess. Turns out that Giles wasn't quite as clever with the finances as he thought he was. The banks wrote to me after he died, and it was all just one debt after another. He'd even sold his life insurance, the prat. He never told me that, and it came as quite a shock. I'll still be all right. This place is on the market for $4 million, and there's no mortgage or anything. I sold all the art and my jewellery. I don't need it now." "How do you feel about what happened here?" I asked her. "Well, I'm not overjoyed, if that's what you mean. You don't mind if I smoke?" She reached for a packet of cigarettes and lit one. "I did love Giles when we first met. It was a dream, the sort of thing you read about in a book. Not one of yours. You don't do romance, do you?" "I haven't yet." "I was cabin crew. He was travelling first class. He invited me out, and I knew from the very start that we were kindred spirits. We were made for each other. Things only started going wrong when we moved here." "The neighbours, you mean?" "Not really. They weren't such a bad lot. I mean, Adam Strauss never really forgave us for moving into his precious home. He didn't like the fact that we'd taken his place as lord of the manor, and there were all those stupid rows with Dr. Beresford." "Why did you keep blocking the driveway?" "We had to put the cars somewhere, and he only had access. The right of way belonged to us." She sighed. "I don't know why I'm still discussing it. Talk about mountains and molehills. We've never had a single complaint from the Husseins, and their cats are no trouble either." "Do you like your new neighbours?" "They're fine. There's nothing special about Riverside Close, you know. I'd say there isn't a street in England where their neighbours don't have disputes. I was brought up in Frinton, and it was just the same." "People don't usually get killed." "I think Roderick Brown was ill. He was so worried and upset about his wife, and he was a pervert, too. Sometimes I saw him staring into my bedroom window. He had a view from his second floor. I made a point of always getting changed for bed round the back." "You're certain he was the one who murdered your husband?" "Detective Superintendent Khan had no doubt at all. I've spoken to him a few times since then. He's a very nice man. He gave me his card, and he said I could call him any time I wanted." That was something I hadn't considered. "Could you give me his number?" I asked. "No problem, I'll give it to you before you go." "What about May and Phyllis?" I asked. "You fell out with them pretty badly." Her mouth fell. She shook her head. Hand on heart, Giles and I never touched their dog, and I never told Sarah to go anywhere near it. Do I look like the sort of person who'd do something like that? I'm the mother of 2 boys. I'm not a monster. She blew a great plume of grey smoke into the air. We argued about Hilary, was that its name? They should have controlled it. It was always coming into our garden, sniffing around Magnolia and leaving its business on the grass. I used to pick up after it and deliver the bags to their front door. I wasn't trying to be mean. I could see how old they were, but they never listened to me. What else was I supposed to do? It must have been awful for you, the whole experience. You have no idea. Nobody should have to go through what I went through, being questioned by the police, as if I had anything to do with it. And your friend Mr. Hawthorne, he was the worst, prying into my private life and making jokes about me in that sneery way of his. When I was with British Airways, there were always passengers you knew you had to avoid, the ones who were going to make trouble when you were 35,000 feet up. He was just like them. But it wasn't only the investigation. Mercifully, that didn't last very long. It was afterwards. I couldn't even go shopping without people staring at me. I could hear them whispering behind my back. The children missed weeks of school. Tristram still has nightmares about it, and he wasn't even here when it happened. You write murder stories, don't you? Well, perhaps you should think a little more about the people who have to live through them and what it does to them. To this day, there are still people who believe I had something to do with what happened. It never goes away. You suggested that things went wrong between you and Giles when you moved to Richmond. Yes. Oh, it was such a mistake. We were never meant to live in a cul-de-sac with lawnmowers and Sunday lunches, cocktail parties and school plays, growing old together. It was the last thing I wanted. This is a big house, but we both felt trapped in it. It's hardly surprising we grew apart. Giles had his work, his head was always buried in his computers. He had his cars and his clubs. He gambled, and he always lost. But he never really cared about me. Not after we were married. Were you sorry he died? I hadn't meant to be so blunt. Linda wasn't offended. It was horrible, finding him in the hallway. I'll never forget that for as long as I live. But it's like I say, we weren't together by the end. I knew he was being unfaithful to me, but I was doing the same to him. Ours was an open marriage, and it would have ended sooner or later anyway. I'd have preferred a divorce, but I suppose I can't complain. This way I got everything. We were interrupted by the arrival of a man who must have been in the house the whole time. He strutted in, dressed like a male model in a t-shirt and skinny jeans, and looking like one too. Perfect teeth and moustache, chest hair and a medallion, chiselled features and dark brown eyes. He was in his mid-30s, and he was surprised to find me there. "I did not know you had company," he said to Linda. He spoke with a French accent. "This is Jean-Francois," Linda said. "Anthony is asking me about murder," she explained. "Why?" "He's writing about it." "I don't think you should talk about it." Jean-Francois. I remembered the name. "You were with Linda the night her husband was killed," I said. He shrugged, very Gallic. "Maybe." "You're a French teacher." "I was. Not anymore." "Jean-Francois writes about sport for lots of French magazines," Linda told me. "He's an Olympic champion. He won a bronze medal in 2012 at the London Olympics." I was impressed. "What sport?" I asked. He had already lost interest in me. "Tir à l'arc," he said. My French is good, but I didn't know that one. I looked blank. "Archery," Linda said. Smiling, she took hold of his hand. Chapter 4. Linda Kentworthy had given me the telephone number of Detective Superintendent Khan, and I rang him on my way back to Richmond Station. I felt depressed after my visit to Riverside Close. Thinking about it, I saw that both Linda Kentworthy and Andrew Pennington were casualties. It had never occurred to me before, but murder is in many ways like a fatal car crash, a coming together of people from different walks of life who will all be damaged by the experience. At least one of them will die. One or more will take the blame, but none of them will be glad that they were involved. And what did that make me? I had come to Riverview Close like the worst rubbernecker, and a foolish one, too. I had arrived far too late to pick up anything very much in the way of debris. I had nothing to take back home. I didn't know it then, but both Andrew and Linda had provided me with clues that, if I'd only been a little more alert, would have taken me to the very heart of what had really happened at Riverview Close. I just wasn't thinking. Or, at least, my thoughts were still focused on Hawthorne and John Dudley. In one of our earlier meetings, Hawthorne had vigorously praised the assistant who had come before me. I'd never have solved the case without him. But even then, he'd been reluctant to tell me very much about John Dudley. He'd been a policeman, he'd been ill, and something had happened to end the relationship between the two men. That was where I had come in. Was it any wonder that I wanted to find out more? It was the principal reason I was calling D.S. Khan. Once again, those words of Morton's were echoing in my head. The story doesn't end the way you think it's going to. I had to know what he'd meant, and I figured that Khan might be the one person who could tell me. He answered on the third ring. Khan. Detective Superintendent Khan. I hope you'll forgive me ringing you on your private number. It was given to me by Linda Kentworthy. Who was this speaking? I told him my name. There was a pause at the other end. I know who you are, he said. I'm working with Hawthorne. Yes. I've read one of your books. I waited for him to say he'd enjoyed it. He didn't. I was wondering if it would be possible to meet you. Why? I'm writing about Riverview Close. There was a lengthy silence as he considered. That's all done and dusted, he said. It was a long time ago, and I'd like to think we've moved on. It's not a good idea. Meeting you, or writing about the murder? Both. I was hoping you could help me. I'm planning a book about the murder. I know a lot about what happened, but it would be very useful to get your point of view, how you enjoyed working with Hawthorne. I didn't enjoy it at all, and he was only on the case for 2 days. I'm also trying to find John Dudley. Do you have a phone number or an email address for him? I have neither. He was about to hang up. I could hear it in his voice. Detective Superintendent, would you at least consider meeting me for 10 or 15 minutes? I'll come to anywhere in London. The book is going to be published either way, and you're going to be a central character. Obviously, I'm not going to write anything that will cause you embarrassment. I hope not. That was a warning. The death of Giles Kentworthy and everything that followed is in the public domain. All I'm saying is that I'd like to get your side of the story. There was a second, longer silence. He hung up. Part 7. The Second Meeting. Chapter 1. Alison Munns and her husband Gareth lived in a street on the edge of Woking where every home was a variation on the same theme. Each one had a hedge running along the pavement, bay windows, faux Tudor beams above the second floor, a portico, a garage, and a small front garden with a parking area separating the front door from the road. Behind each house, a garden of exactly the same size and proportions ran down to a wire fence and a row of trees, partly concealing a railway line. The doorbell of number 16 played a tune, the opening bars of Beethoven's Fur Elise. Gareth liked classical music. Alison said it drove her mad, but they recognised and tolerated each other's fads. It was the secret of a long and successful marriage. The two of them heard the familiar phrase now. "They're here," Gareth called out. "You get it!" Alison's voice came from the kitchen. He opened the door. "Mr. Munns." Hawthorne was standing on the other side, with Dudley behind him. The car that had brought them here was just pulling away. "I'm Hawthorne, my colleague John Dudley. How's your sister-in-law getting on?" "Well, it's not easy." Hawthorne had called the day before, and Gareth had been expecting them, but he was still reluctant to let them in. "The police were here last week," he said. "Detective Superintendent Khan?" "Yes." "This is a follow-up. We need to be sure that everything is as it should be. I hope you understand." Gareth didn't, but he felt he had no choice in the matter and showed them into the small, square living room that looked out onto the main road. The room had a fake gas fire and a mantelpiece crowded with swans made of crystal, porcelain, painted wood and plastic. Alison collected swans. A tropical fish tank stood in one corner, brightly coloured species swimming back and forth behind the glass in endless exploration of their tiny world. Felicity Brown had come down from the bedroom and was sitting on the sofa next to her sister. She was wearing a dressing gown and slippers, and her hair was bedraggled, but apart from that, she didn't look much worse than she had when her husband was still alive. That was the cruelty of her illness. It had dragged her down to such a low level that there wasn't anywhere further to go. Hawthorne and Dudley sat on a second sofa facing her. Gareth had already taken the only armchair.
"I know how difficult this is for you," Hawthorne said, "but there are still unanswered questions relating to the deaths of both your husband and Giles Kentworthy."
Felicity said nothing. "You don't have to talk to them," Alison said quietly.
"Actually, I think she does," Hawthorne contradicted her. "We believe there's a good chance that Mr. Brown did not kill himself."
"Mr. Khan never said anything about that."
"Fresh information has come to light over the weekend which may have altered the picture."
Hawthorne was deliberately trying to sound as official as possible. In fact, had Khan known they were there, they might well have ended up under arrest. His strategy worked. "What do you want to know?" Felicity asked. Dudley took out his notebook. His iPhone was already recording everything that was said.
"Do you think your husband killed Giles Kentworthy?"
Hawthorne asked. What sort of question is that?" Alison cut in, appalled.
"A reasonable one,"
Hawthorne returned. "Maybe we should call the detective superintendent." Alison took hold of her sister's hand, but Felicity pulled away. Hawthorne had roused something within her, an anger that until now she hadn't been allowed to express. Khan had told her that her husband was dead. He had explained that he had confessed to the murder. He had destroyed her world, but he had never listened to her. "Of course he didn't kill anyone," she said. "Roderick didn't have it in him. He was the gentlest, kindest of men. The police don't know what they're talking about." "So you don't believe he committed suicide either?" Dudley said. "He would never have left me on my own. We'd been together for 26 years, and we were happy until this illness came and turned me into what I am. Nobody wants to be married to an invalid, but he stuck by me because that was the sort of man he was. Ask any of his patients, they'll tell you the same thing. He worried about every single one of them. If he was going to do something complicated, root canal surgery or an extraction, he would go over and over the x-rays. Everything had to be perfect." Alison and Gareth exchanged glances. It had been a long time since they had heard Felicity say so much in one breath.
"So how do you explain the letter he sent you?"
Hawthorne asked. "I can't."
"Why do you think he wanted you out of the house?"
"He was worried about me. Roderick called us," Alison said. "He told us that Felicity's neighbour had been found dead. He said there were police everywhere, a lot of noise and activity, and it would be better for Fee to be away for 24 hours. He asked to bring her round."
"Of course we agreed,"
Gareth said. He was a large, bearded man, sitting with legs splayed and his hands on his knees.
"Ever since Felicity got poorly, we've taken her in from time to time. We've got both our kids at college now, and it's not as if we don't have the room."
Hawthorne turned back to Felicity.
"In the car, when he drove you over here, did he say anything that struck you as strange? Did he give you any indication of what he was thinking about?"
"He said he'd done something stupid." "Like killing his neighbour with a crossbow?" Dudley suggested. "No, that's not what he meant. He was angry with himself, but he told me not to worry. He brought me in, and he kissed me goodbye in this very room, and I can tell you, just from the way he looked at me, he was expecting to see me again." She closed her eyes, remembering the moment. It wasn't a final goodbye. I'd have known. A Siamese fighting fish swam lazily across the aquarium, a multicoloured tail rippling behind it. Bubbles were rising from a pump concealed in a plastic pirate's galleon. The hum of the motor was constant, insinuating itself into every silence.
"So what do you think happened?" Hawthorne asked. "If he didn't take his own life, why do you think he was killed?"
"I think he saw something, and somebody silenced him." "Who?" Dudley asked. "The same person who killed Giles Kentworthy." Felicity made it sound as if she was explaining the obvious. "I don't know who that was, but when they took the crossbow from our garage, Roderick might have seen them. There's a skylight on the roof, and you can look through it from the bathroom. He could have seen them while he was cleaning his teeth."
"But he didn't say anything to you?"
"He wouldn't have wanted to worry me."
"Do you have any more questions, Mr. Hawthorne?" Gareth cut in. "I think Felicity should get back to bed. This has been a terrible time for her." "Yes, I do."
Hawthorne ignored the brother-in-law and turned back to Felicity.
"Adam Strauss was the last person to see your husband."
"I know. The police told me."
"They were friends?"
"Very much so. Adam was always helping us, finding ways to do small kindnesses. All our neighbours were lovely. May and Phyllis next door, Andrew Pennington giving us advice about the planning permission, Tom Beresford prescribing temazepam for me."
"Roderick couldn't do that?"
"It's against the guidelines set down by the General Dental Council." She struggled for breath. "How can I help you, Mr. Hawthorne? I will do anything, to find out what really happened."
"I want to revisit the house," Hawthorne said. "Can I borrow your keys?"
"Well, I don't know," Alison began. "Let him have them," Felicity said. "The police have given up on us. They don't care about Roderick." She pointed towards the floor. "They're in my handbag." Gareth looked doubtful, but fished them out. 2 Yale keys attached to a silver ring with a mortice key next to them. Hawthorne showed Felicity the 3rd key.
"This opens the door into the garage," he said.
She nodded. "Yes."
"And you've had it on you all the time. There's no chance someone else might have used it."
"No, it always stays with me." Felicity had answered enough questions. She was exhausted. "If there's nothing more you want to know, I think I'll go back to bed now," she said.
"I'm sorry, but there are still a few things, Mrs. Brown. The police were only able to find 1 set of car keys. It was in your husband's pocket."
She nodded. "There is only 1 set. He lost the other one while we were on holiday in Torquay, and he hadn't got round to ordering a replacement." "Why? Is it important?"
"Probably not. Also, they weren't able to find his mobile."
"Well, that's very strange." "He had it when he came here," Alison cut in. "He checked his messages. That was about midday. I saw him."
"And then he went straight back home?"
"He kept his phone on the chest of drawers in the hallway," Felicity said. "He was quite religious about that. He could hear it from everywhere in the house if it rang, and he always knew where to find it."
"We'll look for it," Hawthorne said. "I don't suppose you happen to know the pin?"
Felicity looked unsure, so he added,
"If we do find it, it might give us valuable information. We'll need to open it."
She nodded. 1965. It was his birthday. She reached out and Gareth helped her to her feet. She had expended all her strength on the conversation. Gareth started to lead her out of the room, but before she reached the door, Hawthorne stopped her.
"There was a second meeting," he said.
"I'm sorry?" Felicity turned.
"I'd imagine they were all there. Probably at the stables. That was where the first one happened. It's probably sometime over the weekend. Giles Kentworthy died on Monday, so just before that."
She stood there, clinging on to Gareth. It took her a long time to find the strength to reply. "It was Sunday evening," she said. "How did you know about it? Who told you?"
"Nobody told me," Hawthorne said. "Not in so many words. Were you there?"
"No." She shook her head. "I was too tired, and I couldn't see any point in talking any more."
And?
I can't tell you anything, Mr. Hawthorne. I didn't see Roderick on Sunday evening, but I could tell he must have drunk a lot because I could smell the alcohol the next morning. He went into work on Monday like he always did. He brought in my breakfast before he left. I could see he wasn't himself. He said that he had been at the stables the night before, and I could see that something had upset him, but when I asked him about it, he refused to tell me. He said I wasn't to mention it to anyone. I didn't ask him again. He was so wrapped up in his own thoughts that I didn't like to, but maybe I should have, because 2 days later he was gone. 2 days later he was taken from me.
She was desperate to leave the room, but there was one last thing she had to say.
They did meet a second time. I don't know what happened, but I hope you'll find out. Because whatever it was, that was the reason my Roderick had to die.
Chapter 2. Hawthorne and Dudley took a taxi back from Woking to Richmond, not a black cab. The distance was almost 20 miles. They had wedged themselves into the back of a car provided by a local company, sticky plastic seats, half-inflated tyres, and a driver who was too cheerful by half. Hawthorne seldom used public transport. He didn't like being close to people he didn't know, but in many ways this ponderous journey along the M3 was even worse. "A question," Dudley said as they overtook the one vehicle on the road that happened to be slower than them. There was no risk of the two of them being overheard by the driver. The engine was barely up to the journey, and it was howling in protest. They were having difficulty even hearing each other.
"Go on."
"Just wondering what we're doing. We're not on Khan's payroll anymore. He's closed the investigation, wrapped it up and filed it under P for promotion, which means we're not getting paid."
"Oh, I'll sort that out for you, mate."
"Out of your own pocket?" Dudley looked doubtful. "That's not like you, Danny. Going in for charity?"
"Not charity. I need you to help me get to the end of this."
"You don't need anyone."
"Khan will pay when we deliver a result. And if he won't, Morton will cough up."
"Why would he do that?"
"Keep me happy. And it's good for business to keep in with the police. It's company policy."
They drove along in silence, at least without talking. The car was still an echo chamber of distress, and the driver had turned on the radio to Pharrell Williams singing Happy, which had gone viral across the country. The motorway slipped past, as all motorways do, without the slightest interest.
"Don't you want to know?"
Hawthorne asked. "Who did it? Of course I do. Have you worked it out yet?"
"Most of it. I don't know how Roderick Brown was killed. We need to get into that garage and have a proper look around. But I think I know why."
"The straw?"
"Yeah, the straw.
In the top pocket of his jacket?"
And the keys in his trouser pocket."
"Yeah, that was wrong too. I thought you'd pick up on that." The driver changed gear with a nasty grinding sound. "Khan's an idiot," Dudley said. Hawthorne nodded.
"That's the only part of this case that's been obvious from the start."
He looked out of the window. On the radio, Pharrell Williams had reached the reprise. "Happiness is the truth."
"He's got a point,"
Hawthorne said. Dudley shook his head. "Happiness isn't the truth, Danny. It's making sure the bastards pay for it." A bitterness that Hawthorne hadn't seen before had crept into his eyes. Kentworthy was a prat. Money, old Etonian, neighbour from hell. But he didn't deserve a crossbow bolt in his throat, and Roderick Brown was a decent man looking after his sick wife. He was tricked, wasn't he? Tricked and then got rid of. "You're right, we can't walk away from this. We've got to get to the end." The driver swerved to get past an articulated lorry, cutting in front of a delivery van that blasted its horn in protest. For a moment he wobbled in the central lane, then veered back towards the hard shoulder.
"If we live that long,"
Hawthorne said. The Richmond turn-off was signposted. 6 miles ahead. They shuddered towards it. Chapter 3. The tea cosy was unusually busy. There were 2 customers browsing through the shelves, and a third sitting at a table tucking into red velvet cake and Earl Grey tea. May Winslow knew her well. Mrs. Simpson came into the shop at least once a week, and very seldom bought anything. May was sitting opposite her, holding a book. The cover showed the silhouette of a village with the title in red letters above, The Inverted Jenny, an Amelia Strange Mystery.
"It's a wonderful story," she was saying. "Of course, you've read The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. This was written in 1924, the same year. It starts with a summer fete in the village of Blossombury in Wiltshire. The vicar, who is running the coconut shy, is poisoned, and it turns out his uncle is Sir Henry Fellows, the local squire, and a well-known philatelist. The mystery starts when a very valuable stamp is found inside one of the coconuts."
"I'm not sure," Mrs. Simpson said. "Who's Jenny?"
"It's the name of the stamp. This is the 3rd Amelia Strange story. There were 42 of them in total. She's one of my favourite detectives. She sings in the choir, and she has an incredibly clever Siamese cat, and they solve the mysteries together."
The door of the shop opened, and 2 men came in. May's heart sank. They had already visited her once at the Gables. She thought she'd seen the last of them.
"Mrs. Winslow?"
Hawthorne nodded at her.
"I wonder if we could have a word with you in private."
"I don't understand."
May forced a smile to her lips.
"I understood that the investigation was over."
"Far from it, I'm afraid. We need to ask you some questions."
"About Mr. Brown? I've already said."
"No. About the Franciscan convent of St. Clair in Leeds."
Hawthorne stood where he was, daring her to pick a fight. John Dudley looked almost embarrassed to be with him and was shuffling his feet. May understood. In a way, she had been expecting it. She got to her feet.
"I'm afraid we're going to have to close early,"
she announced, so that everyone could hear.
"I was going to buy that book,"
Mrs. Simpson muttered. May remembered she was still holding it and thrust it into her hands.
You can have it, my dear," she said. "Just let me know if you enjoy it."
Phyllis had been standing in the kitchen area of the shop all this time and watched, discomfited, as the 3 customers trailed out into the street. May went over and locked the door. Hawthorne and Dudley sat down at the table.
"Would you like some tea?"
Phyllis asked.
"You'd better come and join us, Phyllis,"
May instructed her friend.
"They don't need tea."
Phyllis did as she was told.
"We've just seen Felicity Brown,"
Hawthorne began.
"Oh, how is she?"
"You mean apart from the incurable disease and the suicide of her husband?" Dudley chipped in. "She's not doing too badly." May flushed.
"What do you want, Mr. Hawthorne?"
"We were just on our way back to Riverside Close, and we were passing the shop, so we thought we might have a word, if that's all right."
"And it would be nice if, this time, you told us the truth," Dudley added.
"I think you're a very rude young man."
"I'm not that young."
"We know your real names,"
Hawthorne said. Phyllis looked shocked. May tried not to show any emotion. Hawthorne continued.
2 old ladies move into a house in Richmond. They've come from nowhere. Nobody knows anything about them. Nobody visits them. They don't get any letters or parcels. I try to find out more about them, but nothing turns up, and I ask myself if they're even using their own names, or maybe they've changed them. It's quite easy to do it without anyone noticing. If your name is Moore, for example, spelled like Sir Thomas, you just add a second O. Or you can go back to your maiden name. May Winslow, for example, instead of May Brenner. In this country, it's also dead easy to use the deed poll system. Criminals do it all the time. And if you're not applying for a passport or a driving licence, who's even going to notice?
May had gone white. She was breathing heavily, little gasps that made her shoulders rise and fall.
"You gave yourselves away a few times, love,"
Hawthorne went on.
"You want to know how?"
May nodded.
"Well, to start with, you said you were at the convent for almost 30 years. But your friend Phyllis here seems to think that the last service before bed is Vespers, when she really ought to have worked out that it's Compline or night prayer, which is followed by the Great Silence when nobody's meant to talk. Also, she said that you and she were sellies. And you were quick to explain this meant you shared a room, but quite apart from the fact that I'm not sure nuns ever have to share, it's prisoners who call themselves cellies, women prisoners in particular. Let's work this out. St. Clair was supposedly in Osmondthorpe, near Leeds. By an amazing coincidence, that's just half an hour away from HMP New Hall in Wakefield, which is where Sarah Baines did her time. And you recommended Sarah for a job here. You have to give young people a chance, that's what you said. It's a lovely thought, and I suppose it's doubly true if she's threatening to expose who you really are. It's also why you couldn't fire her, even though she's a useless gardener and she may have killed your dog. She had you by the short and curlies.
Do nuns have short and curlies? Dudley asked. May glared at Phyllis.
I was always warning you, she said, but you could never keep your mouth shut.
I didn't mean to, Phyllis began miserably. May looked across the table at Hawthorne, the half-eaten cake and the cold tea between them.
I've done my time, she said. I've done nothing wrong. All I wanted was to get on with the rest of my life in peace. Sarah knew that, and you're right, the little cow blackmailed us. She knew who we were, and she was going to tell everyone.
What was she going to say?
Hawthorne asked.
Well, had we been in prison?
Rather more than that, I think.
You murdered your husband, Dudley said. His name was David Brenner.
He deserved it.
Well, you certainly made your point. You hit him 30 times with a meat cleaver. There was so much blood in the house that even the police dogs threw up. You piled up the pieces in the bath and put his head in the dustbin for the Thursday morning collection.
I told you the truth about him. David was a monster. I was 17 when I met him. I didn't know anything about the world. I was just a child. Once I was in his hands, you have no idea the things he did to me. He beat me, and he brutalized me, and he destroyed any confidence I had in myself until the day I finally snapped.
She paused.
I'll have one of your snouts, Phyllis, if you don't mind.
Snouts? Dudley muttered. More prison slang?
You can never get it completely out of your system.
May had got rid of the fear and anger when the accusations had been made. Now she was regaining her composure. Phyllis handed her a pouch of tobacco, and she rolled a cigarette for herself with expert fingers and lit it.
The judge agreed with me, she said. He said I had a submissive personality and that David had tormented me. Those were his exact words. He said it was because of David's appalling behaviour throughout our entire married life that I'd been driven to such extremes and that I wasn't entirely responsible for what I did.
He still sent you to prison.
That was because I'd planned the crime.
Despite herself, she half smiled.
I planned it for 10 years. The judge had no choice. But he felt sorry for me, and he let me keep the money.
You mean your husband's money?
Yes.
The Forfeiture Act of 1982, Dudley said.
You know your law. In normal circumstances, you're not allowed to keep your partner's cash. If you kill them, you lose everything. But judges can make exceptions. And he did that for me.
I never did believe your story about the rich aunt, Hawthorne said. That sort of thing might happen in one of the books you sell here, but never in real life.
And let's not forget Phyllis Moore with one O, Dudley said. Phyllis squirmed.
Do we have to?
She asked feebly. It's best to have it all on the table, love, Dudley sighed. You didn't much like your husband either, did you? You smashed a whiskey bottle over his head, doused him in petrol, and set fire to him. They heard his screams a mile away. He shook his head. If either of you two ever write your autobiographies, I rather doubt you'd be able to stock them here. I lost my temper, Phyllis said. Her eyes were downcast. You'd have done the same if you'd been married to him. He was a dreadful man.
How did Sarah Baines find you? Hawthorne asked.
It was just bad luck. She saw us on the street in Richmond and followed us home.
May glared at Hawthorne.
I'm not proud of what I did, but I'm not ashamed either, she declared. Nobody understands murder, not real murder.
She waved a dismissive hand, drawing in the entire bookshop.
All of this is entertainment. It doesn't mean anything. But Phyllis and me, we've been to a terrible place.
New Hall? Phyllis said.
No, dear, not prison. Before that.
May drew on her cigarette.
We have no idea what it's like to commit murder. The darkness that destroys everything inside you and consumes you. To take a human life, not in a battlefield or a place of war, but in your kitchen, your living room, in the home where you felt safe, in that single moment, it's 2 lives, not 1, that are finished. You sit there and you feel euphoria. It's over. All the anger and the rage has finally burst out of you, but then comes the recognition of what you've done. The knowledge that there's no going back, the terrible fear of being found out, and, of course, regret. How you wish it hadn't happened. Have you read Thérèse Requin? We have a copy here, somewhere. You should take it with you.
She paused.
All murderers regret their deeds, unless they're completely insane. When I was in New Hall, and in Holloway before that, I never met a single woman who still celebrated what she'd done. There were some who pretended, but you could see it, eating at them day after day. I spent 24 years behind bars for what I did. Look at me now. I'm a shadow. Everything is gone. I have a son who won't even speak to me, who lives in California, who probably regrets he ever came out of my womb. I have grandchildren I've never seen.
She hadn't finished the cigarette, but she stubbed it out anyway.
So now you know the truth, Mr. Hawthorne. What else do you want?
I want to know what Sarah Baines was doing with Roderick Brown.
May looked blank, so he went on.
The 2 of them had a relationship. He was protecting her, just like you were. She texted him while we were with him.
I don't know. She's a devil. She was always taking money from us. She'd steal anything she could get her hands on.
She gave a sniff of laughter.
Giles Kentworthy and his precious Rolex. I could have told him where to look on eBay.
Is that why you went with her when she found the body?
I wasn't going to leave her alone with Roderick's keys. He'd have come back to an empty house. I followed her there and we went into the garage together. Managed to wiggle the key out and open the door, and there he was in his car. Horrible sight with the bag over his head.
Sarah broke the car window.
I told her to. Roderick wasn't moving, but there was always a chance he was still alive.
What happened then?
I opened the car door and felt for a pulse. There wasn't one. We went back into the house and called the police.
You did or she did?
She did.
She had her own phone?
Yes.
You're sure she didn't see Roderick's?
I think I saw Roderick's phone on the chest of drawers in the hall. She definitely used her own.
Can we go home now? Phyllis asked.
We may not have a home anymore, dear. But you're right, there's no point staying here. Why don't you start clearing up?
May waited until Phyllis had moved away, then spoke quietly.
We'll have to sell the house after all this. And the tea cosy. You know who we are. So does Detective Superintendent Khan. Won't be long before the whole of Richmond finds out.
You may find people are more forgiving than you think, Dudley said.
I don't want their forgiveness. I just want to be left alone.
Hawthorne hadn't finished yet.
There's one thing more I want you to tell me, he said. On the Sunday night, Sunday, July the 16th, you went to a meeting at the stables. That was one night before Giles Kentworthy was killed. Who was there?
I didn't go to the meeting.
Yes, you did. If you're going to lie to me, Mrs. Brenner, your face is going to be all over the Richmond and Twickenham Times, and every other newspaper in the country. To be honest with you, I'm getting a tiny bit tired of being led up the garden path by the residents of Riverside Close. Who was there?
May was stone-faced.
Almost everyone. Mrs. Beresford came with her husband. They had a babysitter looking after the children because their nanny was away. Mrs. Brown wasn't well enough to come over, but otherwise we were all there.
So what happened?
I can't tell you, Mr. Hawthorne. Not on my own. I'm sure we all have different memories anyway. I'm not going to say anything to you unless the others are there.
Chapter 4. There was room for all 9 of them around the table in the garden of Well House. The well itself was just out of sight, but May and Phyllis still made sure they sat with their backs to it. They had called the others from the bookshop. Gemma Beresford had driven back from her jewellery shop in Mayfair and was sitting next to her husband, who had left the surgery early. Adam and Terry Strauss had walked across from the stables after Andrew Pennington had offered his home for this third and final congregation. Hawthorne had taken his place at the head of the table. Dudley was next to him, his notebook poised. It could have been a summer luncheon that had stretched on into afternoon tea. Andrew had even provided a jug of iced lemonade, but the atmosphere was far from convivial as they finally revealed the shadows that they had been living under all along. May Winslow.
The worst of it was that we'd all been so happy here. Phyllis and I knew we'd love the Gables the moment we saw a picture of it online. It was secluded, but it was in its own community, and it was also picturesque. I was born in Richmond. I made the decision without a second thought, and we moved into the Gables in the spring of 2000, and for 12 years or more, everything was perfect. Phyllis and I aren't the most sociable people. We tend to keep ourselves to ourselves, but I'd like to think we were all friends in Riverview Close. Nobody complained about anything. Not until the Kentworthys moved in. We do need a sense of perspective. They weren't the most unpleasant people in the world, and I really did try to give them the benefit of the doubt, but they were causing so much upset and discord that when Mr. Strauss invited us to that first meeting 6 or 7 weeks ago, we didn't hesitate. It really mattered that we got things sorted out, and even Felicity Brown left her sickbed to be there. Dear Mr. Strauss and his wife provided lovely hospitality and wouldn't hear of any one of us contributing. We were all there. And then, at the last minute, the Kentworthys didn't show up. That really was a slap in the face, and quite unnecessary.
Adam Strauss.
I agree, it was a serious disappointment. It sent a signal to us that they just didn't care. Andrew would be the first to say that the best way to solve a neighbourhood dispute is through conciliation, but what's the point of talking if your neighbours refuse to listen? And May is right, incidentally. Giles Kentworthy wasn't a monster. He was arrogant and he was insensitive, but I can't say he ever did me any harm. Well, apart from my chess set, I was sorry about that. What I think is interesting is how much worse things got after that first meeting. It was almost as if the Kentworthys were telling us that they didn't care anymore. They could park their cars and make as much noise as they wanted, and there was nothing we could do about it. That carelessness led to the death of one of Tom's patients. Looking back, I'd say that was the critical position, if you'll forgive a piece of chess terminology. After that, everything had a sort of inevitability.
Terry Strauss. It wasn't just the parking. What about the swimming pool and jacuzzi? That was what mattered most to Roderick. We didn't care about it, Adam and me. We live on the other side of the close, and we wouldn't hear all the noise or smell the chlorine, but poor Felicity. She had nothing left in her life except for peace and quiet and the view, and that was all going to be wiped away. How could Richmond Council do that to her? Don't they have any sense? I have a friend on Richmond Hill. She couldn't even put in new windows, but the Kentworthys could do anything they liked. Tom Beresford. In my view, Giles Kentworthy took a petty delight in punishing us, in making life difficult any way he could. That camper van of his, the Union Jack that only went up after he met Andrew, the smoke from the barbecue. It's funny how he only ever lit it when the wind was blowing our way. And yes, I have to live with the fact that if I had been in my surgery instead of arguing with him about his bloody parked car, Raymond Shaw would still be alive. But I'm not sure I entirely agree with Adam. The real turning point in all this was the moment when Giles Kentworthy chose not to come to the first meeting and didn't even bother telling us until after we'd all arrived. That was when he showed his true colours. And after that, he seemed to think he could get away with anything he wanted. Gemma Beresford. Like having poor Ellery killed. How could he do that? That was disgusting. It was Andrew's idea to have the second meeting, and he was absolutely right. Tom had put up with more than enough. We all had. We had to get together and work something out. That man was going to drive us all mad if we didn't take some sort of action. None of us could have known what was going to happen. I still don't quite understand how things turned out the way they did, but we didn't have any ill intentions. That's what we have to remember. We were there to look after each other, that's all. We were just being good neighbours. Andrew Pennington. Was the meeting my idea? I'm not sure. It
came up in conversation with Adam and Terry. Does it really matter? I'm not trying to evade responsibility, far from it. There must be a word for it when a group of people, normally quite sane and sensible, have a sort of collective breakdown. That's how I see it. I'm not for a moment suggesting that Giles Kentworthy deserved what happened to him, but it's unarguable that he pushed us all over the edge. Some of us were beginning to think that we would have to sell our homes and leave Riverview Close, although that in itself might be problematic because, as I pointed out several times, we would have been obliged to fill in a property information form highlighting our relationship with the Kentworthys, and that would have been enough to put any buyer off. The second meeting took place at the stables on a Sunday evening, 8 days ago. The aim was to explore possibilities, to see if we could find a way out of the situation in which we found ourselves. I was the first to speak once everyone had arrived, and I must confess that I didn't have a great deal to offer. Property law isn't my speciality, and as far as I could see, we had limited options. Riverview Close is controlled by a management company, Riverview Close Limited, of which I am currently the chairperson. We all have shares, and the idea is that together we take responsibility for supervision and maintenance, insurance, repairs, and antisocial behaviour, although it's never an easy matter defining what antisocial behaviour is. The Kentworthys had parties, their children did a certain amount of damage, there were parking problems, but what could we do? At the end of the day, threatening Giles Kentworthy with legal action might only have exacerbated the issues and could have led to ruinous expenses. Who had the bigger pockets? It was probably him. And then there was the overarching question of the swimming pool, but this was a matter between the Kentworthys and the local council. Unfortunately, there was a limit to what we could do, as we were no more than third parties. The management company had little room for manoeuvre. We could suggest to the council that they had failed to consider the impact of a swimming pool on neighbouring properties, especially given Felicity Brown's illness. But once planning permission has been given, it's always very difficult to turn it around. That's really what we wanted to talk about. But at the same time, I have to admit that we all had rather too much to drink. That's down to Adam's generosity, although I also brought wine, and so, I think, did May. May Winslow. I brought vodka. I didn't think for a minute that it was going to be a knees-up. Nor would I have wanted such a thing, but after what had happened with Ellery, I needed something to keep up my spirits. We were all upset, and, if I may say so, without wishing to be rude to Mrs. Strauss, I did think there would be a little more food. Anyway, we all sat down, and we talked about Giles Kentworthy and what we were going to do, and somehow the conversation turned to murder. Adam Strauss. We didn't mean it seriously. We were just letting off steam. I can't even remember who started it, but I'm pretty sure it was Roderick. Or Phyllis, talking about the bookshop. It's hardly surprising when you've got two ladies with a whole library of Golden Age crime. Why don't we just kill him? I'm sure it was Phyllis who started it. Phyllis Moore. That's not true. Adam Strauss. Oh, I'm not making accusations. It might have been Roderick, but, whoever it was, they didn't mean it. We'd all had a bit too much to drink, that's all. He was joking. Tom Beresford. Roderick didn't say it, I did. It was stupid, and for what it's worth, Gemma did try to stop me. Looking after me has become a full-time job for her, and I don't think I don't know it. I said we should kill him, and then we all took it in turns, suggesting different ways. I started. My idea was to inject a couple of mil of air into his pulmonary veins and hope it would find a way into his cerebral circulation. May suggested cyanide, do you remember? She said it turns up in lots of crime novels. Terry said she could buy a herb called heartbreak grass in a Hong Kong market. Even Gemma joined in. She talked about doll's eyes, another poisonous plant. and Andrew was all for pushing him off the roof of a tall building. Oh, yeah, it was a jolly little evening. Roderick didn't hold back. If anything, he was more enthusiastic than anyone else. And I'm sure every one of us here remembers what he said. How could we forget? He reminded us that he had a crossbow in his garage. Do you remember what he said? It would be easy, just ring the front doorbell and put a bolt in him when he answers. Terry Strauss. And then Phyllis said, why don't we all do it together? Phyllis Moore. It was me, yes. Of course it was Agatha Christie who gave me the idea. It was that book where all the suspects do the murder and then afterwards they look after each other. They give each other alibis and things like that. You know what I mean. It's been filmed twice, and David Suchet did it on television. I do love David Suchet. I don't think anyone did Poirot better than him. And here's the funny thing. By coincidence, we'd sold 2 copies of that very same book that week. 2 different people. That probably explains why it was on my mind. I said we should shoot a bolt into him. Each and every one of us. Turn him into a pincushion. That's what I said. Andrew Pennington. In retrospect, there was something very strange and psychological going on in that room, almost a mass hysteria. The idea took hold of us. We were laughing, but at the same time we were saying the most dreadful things. How would we do it? When would we do it? How would we get away with it? I think the situation we were facing, the anger we all felt, had no solution in reality, and so we moved into the world of fantasy to hold ourselves together. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody in the room was seriously considering murder, but we were finding some sort of psychological release by expressing it. Gemma Beresford. There's not a single person in the world who hasn't dreamt of killing an unpleasant boss, an irritating husband, a mean teacher, a lying politician. We were just doing the same. But we were doing it out loud. We all agreed to kill him. And then someone asked the obvious question. Who was going to do it? Hawthorne. So you drew straws. May Winslow. You really are very clever, Mr. Hawthorne. I don't know how you worked that out, but you're right. We talked about playing cards, making the ace of spades the death card, or throwing a dice, party games. I used to play something similar with my parents when I was a little girl. We'd sit around the table and we'd choose a killer by drawing matchsticks. And then whoever was the killer had to wink at you, but he had to do it without being seen. And the idea was that he'd go on until either someone guessed who it was or there was no one left. But in this case, Mr. Strauss remembered that he had some straws left over from a party, and it just seemed so appropriate. So biblical, almost. We would draw straws, and whoever picked the shortest would have to kill Giles Kentworthy. Of course, sitting here in the light of day, it may seem very silly and irresponsible to you, but that's what we did. Phyllis Moore. We cut 8 pieces of straw, each one of them a different size. There were 8 of us there, and so there could be no cheating. Mr. Strauss held them behind his back so he couldn't see which straw was being taken. I went first. It was quite exciting. We all entered into the spirit of the thing. The game. Andrew Pennington. It's true. We were all very caught up in the spirit of the moment, and I might add that Roderick was probably keener than anyone. Mrs. Winslow drew a straw that was about 2 or 3 inches long. I was next, and mine was shorter, but I knew there was an even shorter one somewhere in there. There was quite a bit of nervous laughter as Adam shuffled from person to person until there was only him and Roderick left. And then it was Roderick's turn. He looked at the 2 straws that were sticking out of Adam's hand, and he milked the moment for all it was worth. Then he made his choice and drew the shortest straw, holding it up for us all to see. He wasn't upset. He was almost triumphant. Well, that's it, he said. I suppose I'd better go round and get it over with. Adam Strauss. It's funny how quickly the mood changed after that. The whole thing was a joke, of course, but
We'd reached the punchline, and I suppose it wasn't as funny as we thought it was going to be. The conversation turned quite serious again. The letters we were going to write, the actions that we might take. Andrew repeated some of the advice he had already given us. By now it was about 9:30, and we were all tired and a little drunk. Nothing had been resolved. Things went downhill pretty quickly, and everyone went home to bed. Roderick was the last to leave, and I was very worried about him, not because I thought he'd go through with it and take it upon himself to kill Giles Kentworthy. That thought never crossed my mind, but he was desperately worried about Felicity. The meeting had achieved nothing, and I could see that he was depressed. I told him to call me the next day if he wanted to talk, but as things turned out, I didn't speak to him again properly until the day he died. As you know, he called me and asked me to come round. That was Wednesday evening. By then, Giles Kentworthy was dead. 3 days after Roderick had told everyone he was going to do it. And Kentworthy had been killed in exactly the way that he had described, a crossbow bolt through the neck. Everything I told you the last time we spoke about this was true. The only thing I omitted to mention was the context, what had happened at that second meeting. It was the reason why Roderick was so upset. In fact, he was terrified. He told me over and over again that he hadn't done it, that it wasn't him, and although I did my best to calm him down, I'm not sure if I believed him or not. It just seemed like too much of a coincidence. Unless someone else in the room had heard what he'd said and had decided to do it themselves, but hand on heart, I can't say I suspect anyone here. And anyway, how would they have got into the garage with both Roderick and Felicity in the house? As far as I know, the up-and-over door was kept locked, and they could hardly have sneaked in through the kitchen. He had already been interrogated twice, and he said he could feel the net closing in on him, that Detective Superintendent Khan was going to arrest him at any moment. And then there was the added worry that one of us would tell the police about the second meeting, drawing straws, everything you now know. If that happened, he'd be finished. He'd confessed to the murder before it had even happened.
Andrew Pennington. That second meeting has cast a very long shadow. None of us could be completely honest with you, Mr. Hawthorne. We also had to conceal what we knew from the police. I'm sure you can imagine how difficult that was for me. It went against everything in my nature. The basic fact of the matter is this. We had taken part in what we have described as a fantasy, a party game. But everything had changed when Giles Kentworthy was killed. We were guilty of conspiracy to commit murder as defined by the Criminal Law Act of 1977. Looking back, I can't believe I allowed it to continue. We had selected the victim and discussed various weapons. We had drawn straws to decide who was going to do it, for heaven's sake. Even if Giles Kentworthy hadn't been touched, we had still committed a crime, technically speaking. But if any of it had come out during the police investigation, we could all of us have been facing a life sentence. May Winslow.
The moment I left the garage, I telephoned Mr. Pennington. I told him what had happened, and he came straight round to my house. He couldn't believe it. Well, nor could I. He warned me that we might all be in serious trouble. We couldn't lie to the police. That would be an offence in itself. We couldn't obstruct their investigation. But nor could we tell them about the meeting we'd had on Sunday night. That was what he told me. We had to keep absolutely quiet about that.
Andrew Pennington. I telephoned everyone on the Thursday morning when Roderick's body was discovered. We could not lie, but the law does not compel a witness to provide information to the police. Our silence was not itself illegal, and there was no reason why anyone should have asked us what we were doing on Sunday evening. I'm afraid this has also coloured our dealings with you, Mr. Hawthorne, and for that I must apologise. I suppose there's nothing to prevent you passing on what you know to Detective Superintendent Khan.
Tom Beresford. What's the point? We all know the truth. Roderick Brown was a decent enough man. I liked him, we all did, and we're all desperately sorry for Felicity, but what we said and what we did that evening have got nothing to do with the end result. Roderick was the one who had the most to lose. If Giles Kentworthy went on living, it was his crossbow. I have never doubted, not for a minute, that he was the one who committed the crime.
and then he got scared. The police knew it was him. Detective Superintendent Khan had made that clear. He was going to be arrested. So he sent his wife off to Woking, wrote a suicide note, and killed himself. A dead man in a locked car, in a locked garage, with a suicide note in his lap. What other explanation can there be? Chapter 5. Hawthorne and Dudley let themselves into Woodlands with the keys that Felicity Brown had given them. There were cameras in Gardener's cottage and burglar alarms in both the stables and the lodge, but otherwise the houses in Riverside Close were surprisingly lacking in electronic security. It was part of the charm of the place that it existed in the world as it had been 50 years ago, when neighbours left their doors open or their keys under the mat, and burglaries were rare enough to be news. The house was still in pain. Both Hawthorne and Dudley sensed it the moment they crossed the threshold, the strange atmosphere, almost an awareness that always lingers after a sudden death, as if the bricks and the plasterwork that have embraced so much day-to-day activity somehow know. Roderick Brown's absence was everywhere. The police had been and gone, taking with them their photographic markers and crime scene tape, but they had been unable to erase the memories. It was late afternoon and still bright, but Hawthorne reached out and flicked on the light switch beside the door. The lights in the hallway, above the stairs, and on the upper floor came on. He looked around him as if he had just proved a point. Andrew Pennington had ascribed the last thing he had seen before Roderick took his own life. The light going out, in every sense. Hawthorne went back through the kitchen and into the garage where Roderick had been found. The door had not been locked. The space on the other side was empty. The Skoda Octavia Mark III had been removed by the police and would be thoroughly examined for the coroner's report, even if the conclusions had already been reached. In its absence, a drain with a cast-iron gully grid had been revealed, set in the concrete floor. Dudley knelt down and tried to move the cover. It was stuck fast. The up-and-over door was locked in place. The various bits and pieces that Hawthorne had seen when he had last been here hadn't moved. The crossbow had been taken, but it too had left its ghost behind, an empty space on the shelf. The interior was lit by the sun, not quite overhead, streaming diagonally through the skylight and picking out 1,000 motes of dust. If I was going to kill myself, I'm not sure this is the place I'd choose. Dudley had followed Hawthorne in and was looking around him with a sour expression on his face.
People who kill themselves don't usually care,
Hawthorne said. They might do if they have the right self-image. Dentist to the stars. I see Roderick in a comfy chair with a bottle of champagne. And definitely Waitrose, not Tesco.
You may be right, mate. But you know what the real puzzle is? Roderick Brown going to all this trouble to make it 100% clear that he's offing himself because he killed Giles Kentworthy, and all his neighbours know he did.
But he still leaves the straw in his top pocket.
Exactly. It leads us directly to them.
It's almost like he's trying to implicate them. Hawthorne went over to the cardboard box filled with electrical bits and pieces that had been added to the garage after his first visit. He pulled out different plugs and cables and plastic boxes, some of them smashed. They hardly seemed to merit examination, but he still rummaged through them. Meanwhile, Dudley was examining the Dyson Hoover.
Is it working?
Hawthorne asked. Are you kidding? I had one of these once. It never did the job. He showed Hawthorne a plastic cylinder. The dust collector's cracked and the trigger's missing. It doesn't even look that old. He put the piece down. What you need is a bigger Dyson to scoop up this one. Hawthorne had already moved onto the box of DVDs, the various gardening tools, and the golf clubs. One of the putting irons seemed to be missing. He examined the bolts that held the up-and-over door in place. They were solid steel, as thick as his finger.
Let's take this step by step, he said. We know that Roderick Brown died around midnight.
That's what Khan said.
And we know he was alive and conscious at 10 o'clock because that was when he was heard saying goodbye to Adam Strauss. He turned off the light. What does that say to you?
It says something's wrong. Dudley had brought a chair in with him from the kitchen. He placed it in the middle of the floor, approximately where the driver's seat would have been. He sat down. He took sleeping pills and then he gassed himself with nitrous oxide. Why would he turn the light off? He wasn't going to bed, and I somehow doubt he wanted to save electricity.
I agree. Let's say he goes into the kitchen, swallows the pills, and then when he's feeling sleepy, enters the garage for the final act. He climbs into the car, locks the doors, and closes the windows from inside.
Slips the key fob into his trouser pocket,
and dies.
But if it wasn't suicide, if it's murder, the big question is, how did the killer get out? They both looked up at the same moment. The skylight, Dudley said. It's the only way.
We need a ladder.
They found one outside, lying flat on the grass beside the garage. It was exactly the right length, too. They leaned it against the wall, and Dudley held it while Hawthorne climbed up, then followed. They found themselves on a flat surface lined with asphalt, securely nailed down. The skylight was in the middle. From where they were standing, they could see the window of Roderick Brown's bathroom a short distance above them, and all three gardens stretching out behind. The view of the close was largely blocked by the roof of the house, but they could make out a window in the eaves of Gardiner's cottage and the figure of a young woman framed behind the glass. This had to be Kylie, the Beresfords' nanny. "We're being watched," Dudley said. He knelt beside the skylight and examined the 8 stainless steel screws that held the frame in place. He took a screwdriver out of his pocket and tried to turn one of them, then another. They didn't move.
Khan said they'd rusted into place,
Hawthorne said. They're certainly stuck fast. He tried 2 more, then gave up. Hawthorne took out a cigarette and lit it.
Let's imagine the glass wasn't here, he said. How easy would it be to climb onto the roof of the car and pull yourself up here, and then go back down the ladder if, say, you had a sprained ankle?
Not easy.
That's what I was thinking.
It wouldn't be easy if you were 79 or 81 either. Hawthorne nodded. Smoke trickled up from between his fingers. The 2 men stood where they were, watching the shadows stretch themselves across the lawns.
You should go back into the police,
Hawthorne said. You giving me the elbow?
You can do better than working with me.
I thought you enjoyed it.
I'm not thinking of myself, I'm thinking of you. You should go back to Bristol and pick up where you left off. What happened, happened. You can't let it grind you down.
That's what Suzman says. Dudley looked at Hawthorne with eyes that were almost mournful. Seems a strange time to be mentioning it.
I've just got a bad feeling about this business, Riverview Close. I can't explain it. I've worked out who killed Giles Kentworthy and Roderick Brown. I can tell you how they did it and why. There are still 1 or 2 loose ends, but otherwise it's in a bag.
You worrying about Khan? Getting him to see the light?
He's already made up his mind. You and me are off the case. He's not going to want to lose face.
Hawthorne smoked.
But that's not the worst of it.
Go on.
There are killers, and there are killers. This one is different. Maybe you should back out now and leave this to me.
I'd prefer to see it to the end.
That's your choice, John. Just don't say you weren't warned.
Hawthorne glanced up. He had spotted movements in Gardiner's cottage. The nanny was still at the window, watching them. Even at this distance they could tell she was uneasy. 2 strange men on a roof, one of them smoking. Hang around much longer, and she might report them to the police. Hawthorne flicked his cigarette into the gutter.
All right, Kylie. Let's see what she's got to say.
Chapter 6. I'm sorry, this isn't a very good time. Tom Beresford looked surprised to find Hawthorne and Dudley standing outside his door so soon after the meeting in Andrew Pennington's garden. He was reluctant to let them in.
Not a good time for who, exactly?
Hawthorne asked.
Not for Linda Kentworthy or Felicity Brown, obviously. Not for that woman in Hampton Wick. Is she out of hospital yet? Not for Raymond Shaw, who dropped dead in your clinic while you were having a row about parking, and not for his wife and son. Not really a good time for anyone in Riverview Close when you think about it, what with blackmail, theft, racism, and all the other activities that have been going on around here.
Nice neighbourhood, Dudley agreed. I don't understand, Beresford said. I thought you'd have gone by now. We've already told you everything we know. What are you doing here?
You're still telling me that Roderick Brown murdered his neighbour and killed himself.
Have you got another explanation?
If you let us in, you might find out. But meanwhile, let's start with a little anomaly that I've noticed, Dr. Beresford. Roderick took an overdose of sleeping pills. You had given his wife a prescription for temazepam.
That's right. But if you're suggesting...
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just telling you that according to the police report, Roderick Brown swallowed 30 milligrams of zolpidem, which is the medication you prescribe to yourself. Doesn't that strike you as a bit odd?
Standing there, filling the doorway, Tom Beresford was suddenly looking less sure of himself. I didn't give Roderick my sleeping pills, if that's what you're thinking.
Then how did he get them?
He came to my house now and then. He could have taken them. The thought occurred to him. Who told you what pills I was taking? That's confidential information.
Nothing is confidential in a murder investigation,
Hawthorne replied with a smile of innocence.
By the way, when did he start smoking again?
That's none of your business.
You ever sneak round and have a puff in your garage?
Occasionally.
Andrew Pennington saw you on the night of Roderick's death. I just thought you might like to know.
Hawthorne wasn't moving. Tom Beresford realised he had no choice. You'd better come in, he said. He led them towards the kitchen. The sound of children shouting came from somewhere upstairs, and then the voice of a young woman with an Australian accent.
Lucy, Claire, will you both pipe down?
Through here, Tom said. Gemma Beresford was sitting at the table. She was not alone. She was deep in conversation with a young man who turned round as Hawthorne and Dudley came in. Neither of them looked surprised to see Felicity's carer, Damien Shaw. For his part, he sat there squirming, obviously unhappy to see them. I couldn't stop them coming in. Tom's words fell heavily. They're still investigating the two deaths. They think the police have got it wrong.
Any reason you wouldn't want us to find the three of you together?
Hawthorne asked. None at all. Gemma glared at him. We've been seeing a lot of Damien since
the death of his father, Raymond Shaw.
Yes, Mr. Hawthorne, we feel we owe him a duty of care. Damien had already told Hawthorne that he'd recently been forced to take a week off and that he was living with his mother, who was on her own. Given his surname, it hadn't taken a great leap of imagination to put things together. I don't blame Tom for what happened, Damien said, leaping to the defence.
Dr. Beresford couldn't get to your dad in time because he was held up by his neighbour.
Hawthorne seemed to consider the matter for the first time.
Did you blame Giles Kentworthy?
Damien blushed an angry red. What if I did?
Well, you might have been tempted to put a crossbow bolt through his neck.
That's ridiculous. It doesn't seem ridiculous to me, Dudley said. You knew about the crossbow. You were home alone with Felicity. You had access to the garage. Leave him alone! Gemma reached out and took hold of Damien's arm. Damien wouldn't hurt anyone. And anyway, we know who killed Giles Kentworthy.
He says it wasn't Roderick, Tom muttered. Roderick Brown and Giles Kentworthy were both killed by the same person, Hawthorne said. That's been clear from the start.
Well, it wasn't Damien, Gemma insisted, still clinging on to him. Why are you here? Dudley asked. I've come to say goodbye. Damien faltered. He withdrew his arm. I've handed in my notice at the agency. I've spoken to Felicity and she's not coming back to Richmond any time soon. She was my main client, and I need a break anyway. This is all so horrible. I'm going travelling in Europe.
Alone?
With a friend. As if on cue, there was a movement at the door, and the girl from the window appeared. She was in her 20s, fair-haired, wearing cut-off jeans and a shirt tied at the waist. Claire and Lucy are watching Horrid Henry on TV, she said. I'm trying to get them to quieten down before... She stopped, recognising Hawthorne and Dudley from the roof. Those are the guys I saw, she said. Gemma nodded. It's all right, Kylie, we know them.
We haven't met, Hawthorne said.
I'm Kylie Jane. She looked wary, keeping her distance. Kylie's coming with me, Damien said. In fact, it had been obvious that they were together the moment Kylie had walked in. Hawthorne could tell from the way they looked at each other. They made an attractive couple.
"You're leaving Richmond?"
Hawthorne asked. Kylie nodded.
"I handed in my notice last week." "We're going to miss her terribly," Gemma said. "We still haven't broken it to the girls, but it's hardly surprising, given everything that's happened. They're both better off out of it."
She glared at Hawthorne as if it was all his fault.
"Well, before you go, I'd like to ask you a couple of things," Hawthorne said.
"I don't know anything about Giles Kentworthy,"
Kylie protested.
"But you know a lady called Marcia Clark who lives in Hampton Wick."
Kylie stared.
"What's she got to do with anything?"
"How is she?"
Kylie looked from Gemma to Tom as if asking permission to speak. They were as puzzled as she was.
"She's better,"
she said.
"They've allowed her to go home now. She was very worried about her cats."
"I'm sure she'll miss you when you're in Europe."
If there was an implied accusation, Kylie ignored it.
"I won't be away forever. And I've spoken to the charity. They're going to make sure another volunteer goes round."
"What exactly are you on about?" Tom asked. Hawthorne ignored him.
"Can you tell us what happened to her?"
"She was attacked."
"You must know more than that, love."
"Sure."
Kylie was annoyed by the way she'd been addressed, but went on anyway.
"I've been visiting Marcia for 3 years, ever since her husband died. She's well into her 80s, and she's on her own. She's a sweet old lady, and she's never done anyone any harm. Every evening, during the summer, she walks down to the river and feeds the ducks. I used to take her lots of stale bread from the close when I went to visit her. She's not the sort of person to ask for anything, but that's something that gives her real pleasure. So, a week ago, at around 7:30, she was walking back to her house. She has a little terraced cottage at the end of Milton Gardens, which is near the park. She let herself in through the gate, and someone hit her on the back of the head. They must have been waiting for her. The police say she was lucky her skull wasn't fractured. She could have been killed."
"Do they know why she was attacked?"
"It wasn't a mugging. She had her handbag with her, and the keys to her front door were inside, so it wasn't a burglary either. They found a flyer from a political party stuffed through her letterbox, the UK Independence Party. Strange thing is that nobody else in Milton Gardens got one, and the party hasn't been campaigning in Hampton Wick. And Marcia just happens to be the only black woman in Milton Gardens."
"It was a racist attack," Dudley said.
"This happened the night before Giles Kentworthy was killed," Hawthorne added. "And he was a member of the same party."
"I don't know anything about that, Mr. Hawthorne," Kylie said. "The police called me and I spent half the night in the hospital. After that I stayed in her home to look after the cats."
"It's funny," Dudley muttered, almost to himself. "But why do I get the feeling that everyone in this room had a good reason to hate Giles Kentworthy?" Damien stood up and went over to Kylie. He put an arm around her shoulders. "We don't hate anyone," he said. "And Tom and Gemma have been nothing but kind to us. You're the one who seems to know a lot about hate, Mr. Hawthorne." Hawthorne smiled.
"Well, I've met a lot of murderers,"
he said. Chapter 7. The taxi took them across Richmond Bridge and into St. Margaret's. Then it looped round, following the river back towards Petersham, but on the other side. Dudley watched the scenery go past, but Hawthorne's attention was fixed on his iPhone, which he was holding in both hands, watching a pulsating blue dot in the centre of the screen.
"Turn left on Orlean Road," he instructed.
The driver obeyed, cutting down the edge of Marble Hill Park, the river now ahead of them. They came to a sharp right turn. Hawthorne had seen it on the screen.
"Stop here."
They paid and got out, then followed a narrow footpath that brought them to the water's edge. There were a couple of old barges moored here, tied to the riverbank a short distance apart. Hawthorne checked the screen one last time.
"That one,"
he said, pointing towards the nearest of the two. It was called Bella, perhaps not the most appropriate name for such an ancient and unattractive vessel. It was sitting low in the water, which only added to its sense of dejection, along with its rotting wooden planks, algae-covered ropes, and dusty windows. Much of the deck space was taken up with rubbish, Plastic bins, cables, a rusting bike, a roll of tarpaulin, bits of machinery, a barbecue missing a leg. Surrounded by water and willow trees, with geese and swans flapping past, and no roads or buildings in sight, this would be an extraordinary place to wake up, so it was all the more surprising that Bella should have been so neglected, barely able to keep afloat. A rickety gangplank led down to the one clear space in front of the entrance, but as Hawthorne took his first step, his weight caused the boat to rock slightly, and at once the door flew open and Sarah Baines emerged, furious even before she knew who was visiting her. She recognised Hawthorne, and her face didn't change.
"This is private property. What are you doing here?"
"Nice place you got," Hawthorne said. "Is it yours?"
"I rent it. What do you want?"
"We've come to see you."
"How do you know I was here?"
"We didn't. Can we come in?"
Hawthorne dared her to refuse. Sarah examined him grumpily.
"I'll give you 5 minutes," she said.
The inside of the barge was a little more homely than the decks with all the rubbish had suggested. There was a tiny galley, a table that folded down from the wall, 3 stools, a sitting area, and a cast-iron stove at the back. A sofa doubled as a bed. Clotheslines stretched the entire length of the cabin with an assortment of faded but multicoloured T-shirts, scarves, trousers and socks, giving the place the feel of a Dickens novel. It would have been no surprise if Fagin had appeared from behind the stove, holding a piece of burnt toast on a fork.
"So why are you here?"
Sarah asked as they sat down on the stools. There was to be no offer of tea or hot gin and sugar.
"You asked how we found you,"
Hawthorne reminded her.
"All right. Surprise me."
"You know the app Find My iPhone? I used that to track down Roderick Brown's phone."
Sarah considered what he had just said.
"How's that even possible?"
"I have a friend who made it easy."
"The phone disappeared after he got home and died in the garage," Dudley cut in. "You and May Winslow were alone in the house, and it seems pretty obvious that one of you must have taken it." He smiled. "And speaking personally, I don't believe that nice Mrs. Winslow would go around nicking things."
"She's not as nice as you think,"
Sarah growled.
"We know all about Mrs. Winslow, just like we know all about you."
Hawthorne held out a hand.
"Where is it?"
Sarah could see that there was no point pretending. She went over to one of the galley drawers, pulled it open, and took out Roderick's phone.
"It's useless anyway," she said. "I don't have the passcode."
"Is that why you took it? To sell it?"
"Maybe."
"I wonder."
Hawthorne turned the phone on, then entered the code that Felicity had given him. "It's his date of birth," Dudley said.
"Aren't you the clever ones?"
"We try to be."
It took Hawthorne only a few seconds to find what he was looking for. He had opened Roderick's text messages and turned the phone round to show Sarah an image she had expanded to fill the screen. She glanced at it as briefly as she could, then turned her head away, embarrassed. The image showed her posing naked. It was one of several she had sent Roderick Brown. Hawthorne quickly scrolled through the others. The poses were raw and explicit. Dudley closed his eyes. Hawthorne showed no emotion at all.
"Paid you for these, did he?"
he asked.
"What if he did?"
"Just answer the question, love. It's late. I want to get home for tea."
"Turn it off."
Hawthorne did as she had asked.
"All right,"
Sarah admitted.
"Roderick was paying me 20 quid a shot, but I was doing him a favour, poor sod. With his wife locked in the bedroom, he hadn't seen a naked woman for 10 years. I made him happy."
"So between blackmailing May Winslow, stealing from the Kentworthys, putting Ellery down the well and selling dirty pictures to Roderick, you were pretty busy in Riverview Close,"
Hawthorne said. "No wonder you didn't have much time for gardening," Dudley remarked.
"I told you I'll never touch that dog. I know Linda was complaining about him, but if there was anyone who was cruel enough to do something like that, it was Giles Kentworthy, and maybe that was what got him killed. As for me, I've done nothing wrong."
"You've done quite a lot wrong, darling."
Hawthorne slipped the phone into his pocket.
"You got any idea who killed Roderick Brown?"
"He killed himself."
"You really think that? You seem a smart girl, in and out of everyone's houses. I was just wondering if you'd seen anything and maybe worked it out."
"I'll tell you one thing, if it will get you off my back."
Hawthorne looked at her inquiringly.
Those flowers of Mr. Pennington, the ones in the roundabout, they were trashed deliberately, and it wasn't the kids.
This time Hawthorne smiled.
How do you know?
Wheel marks in the soil, but no mud tracks on the drive. How's that possible?
I'd worked that one out too, Sarah, but you're right, and I'm grateful.
Hawthorne stood up, being careful not to hit his head on the ceiling.
If you'll take my advice, you'll move on. Maybe it's time to find another river.
Me and Bella have got nowhere to go.
Hawthorne opened the door.
Do me a favour, Mr. Hawthorne. Don't show anyone those photos. People like me don't get a lot of choice in what we do. I wasn't brought up in no Riverview Close. My whole life has been just one thing after another, but I've still got some pride.
Hawthorne didn't answer. He and Dudley returned to the bank and walked away from the barge, watching as a couple of late canoeists slid past. It was going to be one of those perfect evenings with the light soft and painted and a stillness in the air. The sort of evening that's unique to the Thames in the summer months. Hawthorne suddenly stopped, took Roderick's iPhone and weighed it in his hand. Then he threw it into the air and watched it splash down, leaving just a few ripples behind. Part 8. The Solution. Chapter 1. Detective Superintendent Tariq Khan wasn't happy to find himself driving back to Richmond. For a start, the traffic was terrible on Kew Bridge, which had been built in 1903 when horse-drawn omnibuses and hansom cabs would have been carrying pleasure-seekers to Kew Gardens and Richmond Green, but was now, over 100 years later, completely unfit for purpose. More to the point, though, he had finished with the business at Riverview Close. He had briefed the press. He had, once again, been on TV, and his wife and parents-in-law had all said how handsome he looked. Going back could be seen as an acceptance of defeat, or at least an acknowledgement that it was just possible there was something he had missed. The worst of it was, he couldn't resist it. He had to know. D.C. Goodwin was behind the wheel. Khan liked to check the messages and social media on his phone. He had set up a Google alert for his name, to scroll through the news and generally keep his mind off the road. This was the start of another week, but neither of them had discussed what they had done over the weekend. They had a good relationship at work, but none at all out of it. Half an hour later, they had reached the centre of Richmond and the annoying one-way system that would take them literally round the houses before allowing them to strike out for Petersham. Ruth Goodwin spoke for almost the first time.
"Why are we doing this, sir?"
she asked. "Good question." Khan tapped a few last words into his iPhone and put it away.
"You know, Hawthorne is dangerous,"
Goodwin continued.
"He committed a violent assault on a suspect.
As I recall, you were the one who suggested using him in the first place.
I thought he might be useful to us. But the whole thing turned out to be a whole lot easier than we first thought. You did a very good job, sir."
Khan sniffed, but made no answer to that.
"It's just that it might be trouble bringing him back."
"He says he has new information."
"And if everything changes, what are we going to tell the Daily Mail?"
The back seat of the car was covered with old newspaper and magazine articles relating to the case, and the Daily Mail had indeed made it to the top, open at a double-page spread with the headline, "Celebrity Dentist Found Dead." There was a photograph of Roderick Brown, another of the actor Ewan McGregor, and, above a caption reading, "The case is closed, says police hotshot DS Tariq Khan," a picture of the detective superintendent, too. "If he really does know something, it's better that he talks to us than to the press," he said now.
"And if he says we've got it all wrong?"
"We've got nothing wrong, Ruth, nothing at all." They drove down Richmond Hill and into Riverview Close. Hawthorne and Dudley were already there, waiting for them on the other side of the archway and the gate. Khan noticed that Hawthorne was dressed in the same clothes he'd worn the last 2 times they'd met. Goodwin parked outside Woodlands, and they both got out. "I hope you're not wasting my time," Khan said. There were no greetings, no handshakes.
"If you thought I was wasting your time, you wouldn't have come,"
Hawthorne said reasonably. So what do you want to tell me?
Well, the first thing to mention is that Dudley and I haven't been paid, since you ask, and as we've done your job for you, it'd be nice if you'd see your way to giving us the whole week plus bonus.
It's in the contract, Dudley said. You tell us what you know, and I'll be the judge of that, Khan said. He looked around him. Seems very quiet here.
Killer's in. Don't worry. We wouldn't drag you all the way over here without making sure of that.
Khan looked for movement behind the windows. Woodlands was empty, obviously, but Gardener's cottage, the stables, well house, there was no sign of anyone.
I thought we might start out here,
Hawthorne said.
It's a nice day, and we need to get back to the beginning.
And when was that? Goodwin asked.
A long time ago, as a matter of fact. Much longer than any of us thought.
Hawthorne took a few steps forward so that he was on the edge of the roundabout, surrounded by the 6 houses. Dudley stayed where he was. He had nothing more to do, but he was quietly pleased to be here. Khan and Goodwin stood, a little self-consciously, waiting for Hawthorne to begin.
Most murderers don't really think about what they're going to do, he said. You get the fantasists, the husbands who hate their wives, the kids who hate their stepdads, and they may think about murder for years, but they're never going to do it. Planning it is enough. You know as well as I do that most murders are acts of passion, spur-of-the-moment things. One drink too many, a fight that gets out of control, but then, just now and again, you get the genius, the killer who's not going to get caught, who sits down and works it all out. These are what you call the stickers, the crimes that are like no others because there's an intelligence behind them. That's where I come in. That's sort of my speciality. You knew from the start that something was wrong, but what was it exactly that worried you about this one? Well, the crossbow and bolt screamed out that something weird was going on. It's not a weapon of choice for your average killer. And then there was the setting. A smart close in Richmond. Do you know how many people get killed in a place like this? You could probably count them on the fingers of one posh lady's hand. Finally, everyone had the same motive. That doesn't even seem fair. How do you choose between the neighbour who's pissed off about the smoke coming off the barbecue and the one who can't park his car? So you decided to get me involved. To be honest with you, the first day I came here, I thought you were wasting my time. It all seemed pretty straightforward to me. Nightmare neighbour, crossbow in the garage, who's going to fire it? They draw straws and... bang.
What are you talking about, drawing straws? Khan asked.
Oh, yeah. You never found out about that.
Quickly, Hawthorne described his meetings with Felicity Brown and then May Winslow and Phyllis Moore and where they had taken him. So, the piece of straw in the dead man's pocket, Goodwin began.
Got it in one, Detective Constable. Roderick drew the short straw and took it with him to his death.
Hawthorne paused.
Except it wasn't like that. What I've realised since I arrived at Riverview Close is that nothing here is what it seems. Nothing. Every clue, every suspect, every question, every answer, it's all been carefully worked out. Everyone who lives here has been manipulated. So have you, so have I. Something happens and you think that it somehow connects with the murder, but you're wrong. It's been designed to trick you. Smoke and bloody mirrors, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, take all the coincidences. What is a coincidence? It's the most random thing in the world. It's like when you go to the supermarket and bump into your mum. And it never occurs to you that it might have been carefully arranged.
Hawthorne, where is this taking us? Khan was losing his patience.
To the solution, Detective Superintendent. I'm just trying to explain what we've been up against.
What coincidences? Goodwin asked.
Well, 3 attacks. One was an old lady living a couple of miles away in Hampton Wick. This happened the night before Charles Kentworthy was killed. Nothing to do with it, you'd think, except the old lady, Marcia Clark, was being looked after by Kylie Jane, who was the Beresford's nanny. And a couple of days before that, on Friday morning, someone pushed Adam Strauss down a flight of stairs.
Well, you'd know about that, Goodwin muttered, and immediately wished she hadn't. Hawthorne didn't care.
We've checked out the CCTV, he said.
There's definitely someone behind Mr. Strauss, Dudley said, wearing a hoodie and filmed from behind. Looks like a kid. CCTV wasn't a lot of help.
Again, these things happen. You'd think it had nothing to do with a murder that was being planned in Riverview Close, but you'd be wrong. It was all part of the same thing.
What was the third attack? Ruth Goodwin asked.
Well, that happened 6 weeks earlier. Someone hacked into Giles Kentworthy's computer system. It was the reason he couldn't come to the stables the first time he was invited. Again, it hardly seems likely that it was part of the plot, but I've got every reason to think it was.
Why don't you just cut to the chase and tell us who did it? Khan asked. He didn't like the feeling of being strung along.
There are more coincidences, Hawthorne said. We now know there were 2 meetings where the neighbours tried to work out what to do about Giles Kentworthy. I think it's fair to say that the first time they met, they were divided 50-50. Roderick and Felicity Brown would do anything to get rid of Charles Kentworthy. They hated him and they were desperate not to lose their view. The same goes for Tom and Gemma Beresford. Mrs. Beresford in particular was worried sick about her husband and the stress he was feeling from this parking thing. But on the other side of the coin, Andrew Pennington wasn't going to step out of line. His solution to the whole situation was to write letters, to stop things escalating, exactly what you'd expect from a criminal barrister. May Winslow and Phyllis Moore agreed. They had their own reasons for avoiding anything that might look like criminal activity, and Adam Strauss and his wife were neutral, happy to see how things developed. What happened in the next 6 weeks? Everyone who didn't already hate Giles Kentworthy was given a good reason to. May Winslow and Phyllis Moore lost their pet dog in a particularly cruel way, and they were led to believe that this was down to Kentworthy. Adam Strauss had his most expensive and precious chessboard smashed by a cricket ball. As it happens, cricket had been mentioned at the meeting, along with skateboards. And guess what? Andrew Pennington's flower arrangement, a tribute to his dead wife which he'd spent years looking after, was crushed by a skateboard. And not just that, it happened on the 5th anniversary of her death. That's terrible luck. But was it luck? Or was everyone being tricked into thinking things they didn't actually think? Let's take the whole premise of what was going on in Riverview Close, the nightmare neighbours scenario. I agree that Giles Kentworthy doesn't sound like the nicest of guys, but was he really such a monster? You know the most sensible thing anyone said when I was asking questions? It was Linda Kentworthy. There's nothing special about Riverview Close. There isn't a street in England where the neighbours don't have disputes. I was brought up in Frinton, and it was just the same. Everyone argues with their neighbours. They've been doing it since the Middle Ages, and maybe there have been odd instances where it's led to murder, but hen's teeth, I'd say. Even in tower blocks and housing associations where a thoughtless neighbour can make life a complete misery, people somehow manage to put up with it. Are we really going to believe that selfish parking could be a motive for murder? Or kids on skateboards? Or flying a Union Jack in a back garden? It's ridiculous.
What about the swimming pool? Khan asked.
Oh, yes. That was the one big thing that happened between the first meeting and the second meeting. The Kentworthys got permission to build their pool. Oh, we've heard lots of things about that, haven't we? The loss of Felicity Brown's view was the big one. It's strange how nobody has considered that Felicity could have crawled out of bed and shot Giles Kentworthy with her husband's crossbow, or that Roderick might have killed himself to protect her, taking the blame. I wondered about that for a while. There were plenty of other reasons to stop the swimming pool being built, the noise, the chlorine, the disruption, the extra traffic. But do any of those sound like a motive for murder? Or was there something else that no one had mentioned that might have had more serious consequences?
You've been talking for a long time, Hawthorne, Khan interrupted, and you haven't said anything yet that's made me think it was worth coming here.
Then maybe you haven't been listening, Detective Superintendent. But everything will make sense soon. We just need to talk a little bit about the so-called suicide of Roderick Brown.
There was nothing so-called about it, Ruth Goodwin cut in. This second meeting you just told us about, it proves we were right. Roderick Brown drew the short straw. He killed Giles Kentworthy, and then he was worried sick he was going to be found out, so he did himself in.
Oh, come on, love. Why don't you go back and read that letter of his? There isn't a single word that admits to his having killed anyone. I did something very stupid. You really think he would use the word stupid to describe murdering his neighbour? I cannot bear you to see the consequences. Is that him killing himself? I do not want you to see this. That must be his body in the garage?
Exactly, Goodwin said.
Rubbish. What he did that was stupid was to announce in front of everyone that he was going to murder Kentworthy. The consequences were that everyone would assume he had done it and he would be arrested. And that was what he didn't want us to see. Him being led away in handcuffs.
A bit convenient that he should have framed it that way, Khan muttered.
Not convenient. All part of the plan.
Hawthorne slowed down. He was trying to make it as simple as he could.
Let's look at yet another coincidence. The whole idea of killing Giles Kentworthy starts with Phyllis Moore, because guess what? Two people have gone into a bookshop and bought the same Agatha Christie novel just days apart, and that novel has a plot in which all the suspects have joined together to kill a man they hate. What do you reckon the chances of that happening are?
People like Agatha Christie.
Yes, but once again you don't seem to appreciate what was going on here, how every detail was being thought out in advance. If you believe for a single minute that Roderick Brown killed himself because of what happened at that second meeting, ask yourself this. First, why was the suicide so bloody complicated? A locked car and a locked garage. The only keys inside the one pocket you don't normally use to store them. You try getting them in when you're sitting down. Stainless steel screws, which don't rust, have somehow gone rusty, making it impossible to open the skylight. And here are two more questions. Why is there a puddle on the floor when it hasn't rained for weeks? And what is a piece of drinking straw doing in his top pocket?
You've already told us where the straw came from, Goodwin said.
So when Roderick Brown killed himself, he made sure that it was somewhere we'd find it because he wanted us to know what had happened? You really think he even kept the straw, took it with him from the stables? That clue was more planted than any of the flowers in Andrew Pennington's roundabout. The aim was to manipulate us, to steer us to the second meeting, which would shine a light on the suicide that had to be suicide and couldn't possibly be murder.
Hawthorne had said enough. He came to a halt, turning his soft brown eyes on the two police officers, daring them to challenge him. There was a long silence. What you're saying, Khan began at last, is that someone else killed Giles Kentworthy. They set up Roderick Brown and then killed him too, making it look like suicide, and that from start to finish they've been dangling everyone on a string, a series of strings, and have been in complete control.
You finally got there, Detective Superintendent. Even now they're laughing at us. They think it's all gone their way.
So, who are you talking about? Khan looked around him at the 6 houses that made up the close. Riverview Lodge, Woodlands, the Gables, Well House, the stables, Gardener's Cottage. Hawthorne had said that the killer was at home. Which door do we knock on? Hawthorne smiled.
I'll show you, he said.
Chapter 2. The 6 of them were sitting quite formally in the living room, facing each other on 2 sofas and 2 chairs. Hawthorne and Dudley had taken the chairs.
What sort of person would always be 10 moves ahead? Hawthorne was saying. That was the question I asked myself. Who might see the whole world as a game where you could manoeuvre people left and right, this way and that, making them do almost anything you wanted? Who would remember every last detail about everyone around them so that they could use it to their own advantage? Who could plan against any eventuality so that no matter what happened, they'd be able to come back with the right response?
A chess player, Adam Strauss said. I have to admit, it's an interesting idea, Mr. Hawthorne.
Why are you here? Terry demanded.
Are you accusing my husband of murdering Giles Kentworthy?
And Roderick Brown,
Hawthorne remarked amicably.
It's lies. You are telling lies. You should get out of my house.
Adam smiled and laid a hand on his wife's thigh.
Don't worry, darling, he said. I've got nothing to be afraid of, and I'd be quite interested to hear what Mr. Hawthorne has got to say.
You're denying it? Detective Superintendent Khan asked.
I'm not quite sure yet what it is I'm being asked to deny. Murder, obviously, but how, why, and when? I've never been a great shot with a bow and arrow, and right now, he lifted the walking stick, I'm in no fit state to have broken into Roderick's house and killed him. In fact, I was the last person to see him alive. Alive being the operative word. We were also good friends, although I don't suppose that counts for anything in Mr. Hawthorne's mind. Do go ahead, Mr. Hawthorne. So far you've made complete sense, even if you're barking up entirely the wrong tree.
Unlike Mrs. Winslow's dog, Dudley said. He had a thing about that magnolia in the Kentworthys' garden.
We'll come to that in a minute,
Hawthorne said. He hadn't been put off by Strauss's denials. He was quite relaxed.
"We already know everything about the first meeting," he continued. "All the neighbours get together to air their complaints, and at the last moment Giles Kentworthy pulls out because someone's tried to hack into his computer system. I'd guess you had a hand in that, Mr. Strauss. It's a smart move. It makes him look bad, worse than he is. It helps turn him into the target that he'll eventually become. And that's just the start of it. In the weeks that follow, the weaker chess pieces, May Winslow and Andrew Pennington, will be advanced across the board. Horrible things will happen to them to bring them on side. May's pet dog will be killed, Andrew's flower display will be spoiled, and in both cases, the Kentworthys will get the blame.
My chess set was also smashed, Adam reminded him.
Yeah, you and your precious chess set, Mr. Strauss. You had to be one of the team, you had to suffer too. That's part of the reason everyone trusted you. They thought you were with them. But it wasn't a cricket ball that came through your window. You did it. Just like you cold-bloodedly crept out and killed that poor bloody dog and cut down the flowers on the anniversary of Andrew Pennington's wife's death. Only here's the funny thing. You were too vain to destroy anything that was truly valuable, so you chose a piece of posh merchandise made under license from a film that came out 13 years ago. You may have tried to big it up, but even when it was in 100 pieces rather than 32, I could tell it wasn't up to much. And my friend Dudley thought it was rubbish too. A king that looks like Ian McKellen, a knight based on Orlando Bloom, the whole idea of hobbits against orcs. 50 quid on eBay, even if it was given to you by some major sheikh, which, incidentally, I doubt. Pull the other one. The first meeting assembled the pieces that really mattered, your neighbours. The second moved them into position. By the way, Andrew Pennington thought it might have been his idea for all of you to get together again, but he also mentioned that it came out of a conversation with you two lovebirds. So you probably found a way to suggest it to him, the same way you hired two people to buy the same book at the tea cosy, so that Phyllis or May would bring up the idea about everyone committing the same murder. The way you see the world, everyone's a pawn. So now they're all pissed off with the Kentworthys, and this time you make sure there's lots of alcohol but no food, so that things get a bit out of hand and there'll be no inhibitions. When someone brings up the idea of murder, it's all a bit of a laugh. To start with, you're all going to do it, just like in the book. But then you remember that you've got a packet of drinking straws in the kitchen. You know, the very first time I heard that, it struck me as weird. You don't have kids, but you got drinking straws left over from some party. It's rubbish, of course. You'd bought them specially for that night. More manipulation. And there was something else about the drawing of the straws that didn't add up. Phyllis Moore told me that you were the one who held them, no surprises there, but she added that they were behind your back, so there could be no cheating. Well, that makes no sense at all. It's exactly the reason why you hold them in front of you, so everyone can see. If they're behind your back, it's easy to conceal the shortest straw in the waistband of your trousers or somewhere and force it on the person you've chosen by leaving them until last. That person was Roderick Brown. All along, you decided that he was going to be your patsy. But then, like every opponent you've ever come across, you had him psychologically pinned down like a butterfly. He was perfect for what you wanted. He and his wife, Felicity, had been the most vocal opponents of Giles Kentworthy, along with Dr. Beresford, of course. The death of his patient, Raymond Shaw, was a bonus. I doubt even chess grandmaster could arrange a heart attack, so we'll put that one down to real coincidence. Tom Beresford was on side anyway. Roderick Brown was the actual target. He and Felicity were hopping mad about the pool. For them it was almost a matter of life and death. And they had the murder weapon, right where they needed it. Everything was set up. My guess is that you'd taken the crossbow before the trick with the drinking straws. That was always your method, 10 moves ahead. You knew that the Kentworthy kids would be boarding. You probably even knew about Linda Kentworthy and her French teacher. You slipped round to the house when Giles Kentworthy was on his own, shot him, and generously left the crossbow complete with Roderick Brown's fingerprints, even making sure it was pointing at the right house for the police to find. As for that chess game you told us about, the one you were playing online with your Polish friend and which provided your alibi, my guess is that you were doing it on your phone at the same time. Talk about multitasking. What's the end result of all this? You've created the perfect conspiracy. What was a joke, a drunken game of let's pretend, has suddenly become a reality. Roderick Brown has told everyone he's going to kill Giles Kentworthy, and he's even been generous enough to name the murder weapon. How you must have laughed. Because the following morning, Kentworthy is found with a bolt in his throat, and of course everybody assumes that Roderick went through with it, that it must have been him. At the same time, they're terrified. Like it or not, they're all part of it. Andrew Pennington is quick to warn them. It's a classic conspiracy to commit murder, and Roderick won't be the only one to go down. They all will. Nice, respectable people. A doctor, his posh jewellery designer wife, a retired barrister, 2 old ladies. They were all there. Before the police even arrive, they've all taken a vow of omerta. Nobody can say anything that might incriminate them. Don't mention the second meeting. Everyone has to lie. What was the first thing Roderick said to me when I met him? Has anyone said anything? He was terrified that one of his neighbours would land him in it. And things only got worse for Roderick. You talked to him once on Tuesday, Detective Superintendent, and then on Wednesday, after he'd taken his wife to Woking, you pulled him into Shepherd's Bush. By the end of a heavy session, he was convinced he was going to be arrested and charged, and that was why he ended up writing that letter. Read it again. It's not a confession. All he meant was the public humiliation of being taken away in handcuffs. We will see each other again on the other side. Did you think he was talking about the pearly gates? He meant the other side of the arrest, the trial, or even the prison sentence. But once the letter was sitting on his lap and he had a bag over his head and a tank of nitrous oxide, it wasn't surprising that you should think otherwise.
So, he killed himself because he was afraid of going to jail, Goodwin said.
You haven't been listening, love. Adam Strauss killed Roderick Brown just like he'd always planned.
This is all lies, Terry hissed. Adam Strauss squeezed her hand. We'll have our chance to respond, he said, speaking quietly. I examined that garage, Khan said. It was impossible to get in or out. Are you going to explain that?
Of course. But let's start with the setup. Strauss deliberately made it look like suicide. In fact, it screamed suicide. You're right. 2 locked doors, a skylight securely fastened, the only set of car keys in his trouser pocket, suicide note in his lap. Nobody in their right mind goes to so much trouble unless they really, really want you to accept the obvious. And surely by now you understand that all along Strauss was playing with your mind. He even left the supposed reason for the suicide sitting there for you to find. There's no reason on earth why Roderick Brown would have slipped the cut-off piece of drinking straw in his top pocket. He didn't mention it in his letter. Right to the end, he was protecting his neighbours. No. Strauss put a new straw in there. And if Detective Superintendent Khan had stuck with the idea that Roderick was taking cocaine, as he suggested, I'm sure Strauss would have found a way to drop another clue to lead us all back to the second meeting, which was what he wanted all along. We know that Strauss was the last person to see Roderick Brown alive, and that Brown invited him over. Strauss knew that Andrew Pennington played bridge every Wednesday evening, so it's easy enough to time everything for the exact moment Pennington gets home. And what does Pennington see? Strauss says goodbye to Brown, who replies, "You've been very kind," words to that effect. The door closes, and the light goes off. The time of death is 2 hours away. So at this moment, Brown is very much alive. That's what we're meant to think. But Strauss has been with Brown, by his own admission, for at least an hour and a half. What really happened was that he slipped a whole lot of sleeping pills into Brown's whiskey. One little mistake there. He couldn't get hold of Felicity's diazepam, so he used pills he must have stolen from Dr. Beresford, which were the next best thing. Always good to point suspicion in the wrong direction. When he leaves at 10 o'clock, Brown is already unconscious. How to fake the conversation on the doorstep? Easy, with an iPhone and a portable speaker. Dudley here has been recording every conversation I've had, including this one. That's what Pennington hears. As for the lights, he said something very interesting to me. The front door closed, the light went out, and Adam walked away. Well, that's strange for all sorts of reasons. Firstly, Roderick clearly wasn't going to bed. More to the point, think about what he said. A single light going off. The light switch by the door turns off the lights in the hallway, the stairs, and the first landing. If Roderick had flicked the switch by the door, that's what Pennington would have seen. But if it was a single light, Roderick would have had to close the door and then cross the hallway to turn off the antique lamp on the chest of drawers.
So are you saying that it was Strauss who turned it off? Goodwin asked. She was finally entertaining the possibility that some sort of trick had been involved.
Exactly.
How? Khan demanded.
Easy. He could have used a piece of string and pulled the plug out of the wall, but there are all sorts of electrical bits and pieces that suddenly turned up inside the garage, and I think what he used was a cheap remote control he'd brought with him. In reality, Roderick Brown is sound asleep in the kitchen because of the zolpidem. Strauss plays the recording. He closes the door. He turns off the lights with the remote control, which he dumps in the garage later. No point risking the police finding it in his home. Anyway, that's the illusion. Roderick Brown is alive and all is well. Except it isn't. Adam Strauss returns to the house. He's left the garage open so he can get in without any trouble. First, though, he uses the ladder to climb onto the roof and remove the screws that hold down the skylight. And that, incidentally, is where Marcia Clark enters the equation, the dear old lady in Hampton Wick. When Dudley and I stood on the garage roof, we could see just one window in the close, the room belonging to Kylie Jane, the Beresfords' nanny. But that meant if she'd been there, she would have had a view of the garage, and there was always a chance that she would look out and see what was happening, so she had to go. It was Strauss who attacked Marcia Clark. He must have seen Kylie leaving the close with her breadcrumbs for the birds. He knew what was going on. He bashed the old lady, knowing Kylie would stay there and look after the cats. As for the political leaflet, that was more misdirection. It was another lie. Anyway, as I was just saying, Strauss goes back into the house. My guess is that he's already helped his old friend write the letter to his wife, maybe suggesting a phrase or two. He's got to be sure it'll work for him. Now he drags the unconscious man into the garage, puts a bag over his head, making another small mistake. Roderick doesn't shop at Tesco's, but it's a suicide who's going to notice. He turns on the gas, and now comes the clever part. How is he going to leave Roderick in a car with the only key fob in his pocket and with all the windows and doors locked from inside? In fact, it couldn't be easier. When I visited the garage, I had to step over a pool of water on the concrete floor, and I did wonder what it was doing there. After all, it hasn't rained for weeks. You can tell that from the state of the gardens. The answer's built into the car that Roderick Brown drove, the Skoda Octavia. It comes with a range of accessories, but one of them is a rain sensor located in front of the windscreen. If you're driving and it rains, the wipers come on automatically, and if you've left the car parked, the windows close themselves. There was a tap and a bucket in the garage. All Strauss had to do was pour a certain amount of water in the right place to complete the illusion that Brown had locked himself in. Most of the water drained away, but unfortunately for him, a little puddle was left, and I noticed it the moment I went in. So, back to the night of the crime. The up-and-over garage door is locked, the door into the house likewise. Now Strauss climbs onto the Skoda and exits through the skylight. Of course, it would have been hard work doing that with a badly sprained ankle, but he'd faked that ahead of the game too, pretending to fall down the stairs at Richmond Station. He pulls himself onto the roof, with no Kylie Jane to spot him, and fastens the screws using glue, which he's brought with him. It was never rust. Stainless steel doesn't rust. Then he climbs down the ladder and goes home to bed. That's pretty much it. The one question you might like to ask Detective Superintendent is how much Terry Strauss knew about all this. I'm surprised she wasn't woken up when her husband tiptoed in sometime around midnight. And there was definitely someone behind him at Richmond Station wearing a hoodie when he was pushed down those stairs. She seems quite a feisty little number. Maybe her oriental brain even came up with some of the plot. "You are a racist," Terry snapped. "Better a racist than a murderer," Hawthorne retorted. "Wait a minute," Khan cut in. "You've said all this, and I suppose it makes some sort of sense, even if it's hardly very likely, but there's one thing you haven't explained. Why would Mr. Strauss have wanted to kill Giles Kentworthy in the first place, if it wasn't his chess set, and it wasn't any of the other complaints? Why go to all this trouble?" "That's the biggest misdirection of them all," Hawthorne replied. The whole nightmare neighbour thing, it had nothing to do with it. You got to ask, what was the one big change that happened at the time of the first meeting?
The swimming pool, Dudley said.
Exactly. Kentworthy was going to dig up the garden to build a pool. Now, the evidence is a bit circumstantial, but let's put it all together. First, there's the magnolia tree with its amazing blossoms. Even Linda Kentworthy was impressed by that. And Mrs. Winslow's dog was always sniffing around it, so it must have been attracted by something. Then we come to Wendy Strauss, Adam's first wife, who divorced him and disappeared from the scene. What do we know about her? Only that she didn't like chess. She wasn't happy in the close, and she and Adam didn't get on. We also know that Adam was having financial difficulties, so it probably wouldn't have helped him to lose half his savings in a divorce.
What are you suggesting? Strauss asked. He seemed completely relaxed, half smiling.
That she's under the magnolia tree, Hawthorne said. If Kentworthy had gone ahead and built his pool, her skeleton would have been the first thing they discovered. The moment he got planning permission, that was when he had to die.
There was a lengthy silence in the room. It was broken, at last, by Detective Superintendent Kahn. So, Mr. Strauss, he said, what have you got to say? Chapter 3.
I don't even know where to begin, Adam Strauss said. It's one of the most extraordinary things I've ever heard. It's quite brilliant in its own way, and I ought to congratulate you, Mr. Hawthorne, but it's also fantastical, conjectural, and full of holes. It wishes on me almost supernatural powers, and it would be wonderful if I possessed them, but unfortunately I do not.
He turned his attention to Detective Superintendent Kahn.
I have to say I'm a little surprised that the police have taken to hiring, private detectives? I even wonder if it's legal.
We haven't hired anyone, Kahn said. Right now, Mr. Hawthorne is working under his own aegis, but we have a responsibility to respond to information provided by any member of the public. It was half a lie, wrapped in police officialese to make it more palatable.
What part of it did he get wrong?
Ruth Goodwin asked. This drew an ugly glance from Kahn. By way of an answer, Strauss turned to his wife.
Can you get the postcards? He said. One of them came in April or May, the other's more recent.
Terry rose out of the sofa, transported by rage.
Everything he says is a lie, she insisted. Why do you let him come here to tell these lies?
She went into the kitchen.
And the Chinese New Year card, he called after her. We don't have it. Yes, we do. It's in the letters drawer.
While she was looking, he turned back to Hawthorne, examining him with something close to sadness.
My first wife is not dead, he said. She left England 5 years ago on October the 17th, 2009. I remember the date because it's the day after my birthday. She didn't go straight to Hong Kong. She took a flight from Heathrow to New York because she had friends there she wanted to see. I'm sure the records are still available. You only need to check them out. I drove her to the airport. Our marriage wasn't a great success, but that was largely my fault. Chess has been my life. At least you correctly described that part of my character. It's my obsession. Wendy had no interest in it whatsoever, and I should have known that this would be a recipe for disaster. It seems that I don't quite have the foresight you ascribe to me. She felt left out, and that led to our separation. But you're wrong to suggest that it was acrimonious. Wendy and Terry are cousins. They speak regularly. She and I have stayed in touch, too. We're more friendly now that we're apart. I have them, Terry called out from the kitchen. She came back to the sofa, carrying 3 pieces of mail, which she handed to Kahn. The first was a postcard from Macau showing an extraordinary skyscraper shaped like a flower, with the words Grand Lisboa shining out at the top. Each floor was swathed in different-coloured neon lights. Kahn turned it over and saw a message written in blue ink. This place is crazy. I'm scared I'm going to lose all my money, so I haven't even put a 10 avo coin in a slot machine. Liu says hello. Will call when I'm home. Wendy X.
Who is Liu?
Khan asked. It's Wendy's friend, Terry replied. He works in Macau. She often goes to see him.
Why has she written this in English?
If you look, Detective Superintendent, you will see it's addressed to both of us. Adam can't read traditional Chinese.
You may be able to see the postmark, Strauss added. It was sent 4 months ago, I think.
Not from beyond the grave.
The second one was just for Terry, so it's in Chinese.
The second card showed Hong Kong Harbour. Because of the Chinese characters, it was difficult to see if it had been written by the same hand, but it was certainly the same colour ink.
There's a P.S., Terry said. It's in English.
Tell Roderick I said hello. We'll write again soon. W.
Roderick was her dentist, Terry explained. They were friends when she was here.
Meanwhile, Adam had taken out his iPhone and was scrolling through it as he talked.
The other card came in February.
Khan was already examining it. There was a picture of a jade horse on the front. The message inside, written in the same hand, was short. Be happy. Love, Wendy.
She always sent us a card at Chinese New Year, Strauss explained. This is the year of the horse.
He found what he was looking for on his phone and handed it over to Goodwin, who was seated nearest to him.
Here's a photograph she sent at the same time.
There was a photograph of a smiling young woman, Hong Kong Chinese, holding up a hand and waving.
You can see the date it was taken, Strauss continued. I'm not quite sure where it is, but I think it's Hong Kong.
Goodwin turned the phone towards Terry. Hawthorne and Dudley both saw the image too. Is this your cousin? She asked.
Yes, it's my cousin, Terry agreed.
This is ridiculous, Strauss exclaimed.
He snatched the phone, scrolled through it a second time, and touched the screen.
It's early evening in Hong Kong, he explained. Wendy works at the Maritime Museum next to the Star Ferry. You can check that out too, if you want.
What are you doing? Khan asked.
I'm FaceTiming her.
Adam passed his phone across.
She should have got home by now. I won't say anything. You speak to her.
The phone was making the warbling sound of a FaceTime call. It rang for about 10 seconds before a woman appeared in her own little box, which then expanded to cover the entire screen. It was the same woman Strauss had just shown them in the photograph. She was in a kitchen with a window behind her. She said something in Chinese.
Excuse me,
Khan interrupted her. My name is Detective Superintendent Tariq Khan. I'm calling you from Richmond in England. The woman looked concerned.
Has something happened to Adam? She asked, speaking now in English.
No, Mr. and Mrs. Strauss are fine. May I ask who I'm speaking to?
I'm Wendy Young? Khan frowned.
I'm not speaking to Wendy Strauss?
Yes, I am Wendy Strauss, but that is not the name I use anymore. My husband and I divorced.
Her English was excellent, but not perfect.
Why are you calling?
Ms. Young, can you confirm that you left the UK about 5 years ago?
Yes, I went back to Hong Kong.
Did you go straight to Hong Kong?
I'm sorry?
Khan repeated the question.
No, I went first to America. I stayed with friends.
And where are you now? She seemed puzzled by the question.
I will show you.
There was a blur as she moved across the kitchen and turned the camera round to show a street that was distinctly Asian. Khan could see trams, crowds of people passing in front of shops, banners with Chinese characters.
This is Hong Kong.
She turned the phone round again.
Why are you asking? Why do you want to know?
We were just checking something, Ms. Young. I'm sorry to disturb you. Khan handed the phone back to Strauss, who spoke briefly.
I'll explain later, Wendy. It's nothing to worry about.
He clicked it off, then looked at Khan defiantly.
There is one other thing I would like to mention, as I found it personally offensive, he said. Mr. Hawthorne suggested that I killed Wendy because I didn't want to pay her alimony. It's true that I have had financial difficulties. It's the reason I downsized, but if you like, I can arrange for my bank manager to send you details of a standing order that I've been paying every month for several years now. It's £1,000 paid directly to an account in Hong Kong.
You may not think £12,000 a year is over-generous, but it's all I can afford, and it's all Wendy needs. She gets plenty of support from the family, and since Terry is part of that same family, it's an arrangement that suits everyone. Is there anything more you want to know?" There was a long silence. Khan turned to Hawthorne with a look of utter contempt.
"Detective Superintendent,"
Hawthorne began. Khan held up a hand for silence. "I think we've heard enough, thank you, Hawthorne." He stood up. "I owe you an apology, Mr. Strauss."
"You don't need to apologize, Detective Superintendent. You weren't the one making the accusations. And if there's any further information you require, bank details, whatever, please let me know."
10 moves ahead, Hawthorne muttered. "We'll show ourselves out," Khan said. Part 9. Endgame. Chapter 1. Was this the ending that Hawthorne had warned me against? Hawthorne hadn't wanted me to write the book. He'd said he wasn't happy about the way it had turned out, both the case and his relationship with John Dudley. Dudley was part of the fallout. I already knew that because, of course, I'd taken his place. Roland Hawthorne had also tried to get me to stop, and when I was at Fenchurch International, Morton had described the whole exercise as a mistake I would come to regret. He must have known that Hawthorne's conclusions would be thrown out by the police, and that Adam Strauss would never be arrested or brought to trial, in which case all the work I'd done so far had been a complete waste of time. It was the one thing I'd always feared, that I'd get to the end of the book and realise that I didn't have one. I called Hawthorne 3 times once I'd listened to Dudley's recording, but got no reply, not even a voice message. He must have deactivated his phone because he knew how I'd feel and didn't want to talk to me. I sat at my desk, unable to concentrate on Riverside Close, James Bond, or anything else. All I could think about was how much time I'd wasted on a book that was never going to be published. It was incredible to think that when I'd set out, I'd thought it was going to be easy. Was it possible that I'd missed something, that there was some clue I'd overlooked? I went through everything I'd been given and everything I'd written so far. In particular, I examined what Hawthorne had said in front of Detective Superintendent Khan at the stables. It had all sounded so credible until the letters and New Year's card had been produced, and then that FaceTime call. Could it be that Adam Strauss had committed the 2 murders, but for a different reason? That if Wendy Strauss wasn't buried under the magnolia tree, something else was concealed there? But then I had to remind myself that Strauss had never been brought to trial. He was a chess grandmaster and a television celebrity of sorts. It would have been a huge story if he had been. Instead, he had died in an accident, falling off a hotel balcony. I shuddered. Giles Kentworthy, Roderick Brown, Raymond Shaw, Ellery the dog, and then Adam Strauss. How could a quiet residential close in a nice part of London have been responsible for so much death? Had it been an accident? Adam Strauss, accused of murder, somehow plunging to his death. I tried to convince myself otherwise, but I knew it was too much of a coincidence. He had been murdered. There was no escaping it. And that led me to an inescapable thought. I've often mentioned Derek Abbott, the suspect manhandled and badly injured by Hawthorne. I'm not sure if it was a criminal offence, but there could be no doubt that he had eventually talked Abbott into killing himself. Could he have gone one step further with Adam Strauss? I remembered something that Morton had said to me and searched through my own manuscript to find it. Yes, there it was. You may discover things about Hawthorne that you wish you hadn't known, and once you uncover them, there'll be no going back. It may end your friendship with him. No. Hawthorne was many things. He could be cruel. Many of his attitudes were seriously questionable. He was damaged. But he was, basically, decent. He was not a killer. I refused to believe it. And then, my telephone rang. I snatched it up without even looking at the caller ID. I was certain it would be Hawthorne. But when I put the phone to my ear, there was a voice I didn't recognise. Is that Anthony? Yes? This is Detective Superintendent Khan. He was the last person I'd expected to call. "I'm in London at New Scotland Yard. I can give you 10 minutes if you come over now." "I'm on my way." "There's a pub round the corner of the Red Lion in Parliament Street. I'll be there at 12. I looked at my watch. That gave me half an hour to get across town. "I'll see you there," I said. "Thank you." But he had cut me off before I'd reached those last 2 words. Chapter 2. The Red Lion was about as traditional as a pub can be. Brass lamps and window boxes on the outside, polished wood and mirrored shelves within. It stood on a corner, a few minutes' walk from New Scotland Yard, with Downing Street just across the road. I arrived there exactly on time and found the detective sitting at a table with a glass of Coke. I recognised him at once, although he was older than I'd imagined and a little less of the film star. Once again, I had to remind myself that quite a few years had passed since the murders at Riverside Close. He was wearing a nondescript suit with his tie pulled down and his collar open. I had rather hoped that Ruth Goodwin would be with him. The more characters I met, the better, but he was alone. He looked tired and not particularly pleased to see me, even though he was the one who had rung. I introduced myself and sat down. It was only now that I realised I had absolutely no idea why he had invited me here. "So, how's the book going?" he began. "It's finished," I said, and I didn't mean I'd finished writing it. "Am I in it?" "Of course. My son seems to think that's pretty cool." His words, not mine. He had an 11-year-old son who'd been mentioned in one of his many newspaper profiles. "You should be careful," he went on. "You write crap about me, you won't hear the end of it." His language surprised me. He'd sounded more polite on the tapes I'd listened to, but then I suppose he'd been presenting himself in a more official capacity. A couple of phrases I'd used to describe him flashed through my mind. Slow and unimaginative, too pleased with himself. I made a mental note to take them out. I was carrying a backpack and I opened it and took out a book, the latest Alex Rider. "I brought this for your son," I said. "I thought he might enjoy it." Khan glanced at it. "He's already got that one." He took it anyway. "But thanks, you can sign it for him." "So, why did you call me?" I asked. "I thought you might like to know that I've just been interviewed. I'm up for Chief Superintendent." "Congratulations. I don't need your support, thanks all the same. I'm only telling you that because it would be very unhelpful to have you writing about me at the moment, particularly if Hawthorne is your first source of information. I want you to understand that my lawyers will be looking very closely at anything you publish, particularly with respect to how it ends." "I'm not sure about that part myself," I admitted. "What happened at the stables, what Hawthorne said, it all seems so sensible." Khan said nothing, so I added, "Did you ever dig up the garden?" "Of course I didn't dig up the bloody garden. It all checked out. There is a Wendy Young working at the Maritime Museum in Hong Kong. She did leave Heathrow on the date Strauss said. I spoke to her. You think I was going to get the bulldozers in after that? It's unusual for Hawthorne to get things wrong. We all make mistakes. Including you?" He shook his head. "Not this time. And it would be a mistake to suggest otherwise. The case is closed. It's been closed a long time. You start raking up the past, you're going to cause a lot of grief, and I should warn you that wasting police time is an offence that can land you in jail." This wasn't the first time I'd been threatened by a detective. "What happened to Adam Strauss?" I asked. That threw him. The official story is that he was staying at a hotel in Park Lane, taking part in a chess tournament. He went to his room between games and somehow fell off the balcony. His wife wasn't with him at the time. There was evidence that he'd been drinking. Do you believe that? He smiled, but not pleasantly. According to Terry Strauss, he never drank when he was playing chess. He needed to keep a clear mind. On the other hand, he wasn't doing well. He was losing. That might have had a part to play. Or presumably you investigated. As a matter of fact, I was called in because of my prior acquaintance with Mr. Strauss. It wasn't my investigation, though. And? Do you want to know because of your concern for the deceased? He paused. Or is it because you think your friend, ex-Detective Inspector Hawthorne, might have had something to do with it.
Of course not, I said. That thought never crossed my mind.
Well, it crossed mine. He's got a bit of a reputation for this sort of thing.
He would never kill anyone.
We looked at CCTV footage, but that was a waste of time. Lots of people going in and out of the reception area. But these days it's all baseball caps, sunglasses and hoodies. Anyway, if someone did want to sneak into the room, they could have got in through the service area and up the back stairs. Security at the hotel was pathetic. You might like to know that we pulled Hawthorne in and we talked to him at length. Of course, he played wide-eyed and innocent, but there was no one who could tell us where he was when the supposed accident happened. Home alone, he said. Strange that he didn't make or receive any calls either. Total radio silence. He said he was assembling an Airfix Supermarine Spitfire Mark I. Makes you wonder what sort of man spends an entire day on his own with a model kit. I refuse to believe he went anywhere near Adam Strauss. You can believe what you like. But he'd still concluded, against all the evidence, that Adam Strauss was a killer, and given his past record, it's hardly a surprise that he decided to take things into his own hands. I think you should leave him alone. You leave me alone, and that'll make us quits. He opened the book I'd given him and twisted it round for me to sign. My boy's name is Nadim, he said. I dedicated the book, and he closed it without looking at what I'd written. Are you still interested in John Dudley? He asked, almost as an afterthought. Very much so. Can you tell me anything about him? Khan nodded. In a way, he and Hawthorne were made for each other. He's a sad act, a bright up-and-coming DC down in Bristol. A lot of people spoke very highly of him. But it all went wrong when his fiancée was killed in an accident. It happened just before Christmas. The driver was a man called Terence Stagg. He was the bar manager at a hotel in Cardiff, and not a nice piece of work. He knocked her down on the way to work. The thing is, though, he was on his mobile at the time. Is he in jail? He should have got 10 to 12 years, but he had smart lawyers and they managed to get him off scot-free. They couldn't prove he was speeding. He was seen holding the phone, but he claimed he was using it hands-free. And one of the streetlights was broken. That was the key to the defence. Anyway, it was enough. He walked away without even paying a fine. These things happen from time to time, and you have to live with them, but it didn't work out that way. Stagg had some mates meet him outside the court, and they were all having a laugh, celebrating his release. One of them had even brought a bottle of champagne. Dudley came out and saw them and went berserk, punched the lights out of one of them and put Stagg in hospital with a broken jaw. He was lucky not to get prosecuted himself, but his work went to pieces after that. He started drinking. There were a couple of other incidents, and he was out of the force within a year. He spent the last 4 years working as a security guard, something like that. A bit pathetic, really. Khan took a folded piece of paper out of his pocket. He laid it on the table in front of me. Anyway, I managed to track him down for you. This is where he lives. Not so far from here. If you visit him, don't say you got this from me. He walked away. I opened the piece of paper and glanced at the address. I recognized it immediately. I knew exactly where it was. I should have known all along. Chapter 3 19B, River Court. Another address with a river in the name, but this was a building I had been to many times. Hawthorne lived here on the 12th floor, and now it turned out that Dudley had a flat on the 1st. Had Hawthorne arranged it for him, or did he have Morton to thank for his accommodation? I would have been really interested to know just how many of the flats belonged to Fenchurch International, and what other refugees, criminals, or aliens of one sort or another they had hiding out here. As I arrived at the front door, I was in two minds. Who should I call on? Hawthorne or his former assistant? It was a decision easily made. Neither of them wanted to see me, but there was more chance that Dudley would open the door. What did he have to lose? I rang the bell. Silence. Then, hello? It was quite something to hear his voice. A lot of writers say that their characters talk to them, but very few of them mean it literally.
John Dudley?
Yes? I told him who I was.
I work with Hawthorne, I explained. Can I come in? There was another long pause, and I wondered whether he was going to ignore me. He might be calling Hawthorne. He might have gone out a back way. Then I heard a buzzing sound. I pushed the door, and it opened. He had let me in. I walked up to the first floor. Dudley was waiting for me outside an open door about halfway down a corridor that was identical to Hawthorne's, the same neutral colours and discreet lights. Everything was very quiet. I walked up to him. "Does Hawthorne know you're here?" he asked. It was interesting that this should be his first question. "No," I said. "Probably just as well. Did Detective Superintendent Khan give you my address?" How did he even know we'd met? I decided to tell him the truth. "Yes." I gave him a signed book. I'm surprised he's so cheap. He examined me for a few moments. Then he came to a decision. "Well, since you're here, you might as well come in." I walked into a flat that was as empty as Hawthorne's, but for a different reason. There were 3 suitcases by the door, a pile of cardboard boxes over by the window, the sort removal men used to pack up your life, a single plate, a knife and a fork sat beside the sink in the open-plan kitchen. The furniture had been reduced to the bare necessities. This wasn't how we always lived. He was leaving. "You've just caught me," he said. "Where are you going?" "The Cayman Islands. Tomorrow." That made me think of Lady Barraclough. "Will you be gone for long?" I asked. "It may be a one-way ticket." I felt him examining me, although his face gave nothing away. "Would you like a coffee?" he asked. "That would be nice, thank you." He opened a cupboard that contained a jar of instant coffee, 2 mugs, a bag of sugar. He put the kettle on and took a carton of milk out of the fridge. And all the time I watched him with the uncanny feeling that, in a strange way, I was watching myself. I had taken his place. And, looking at his brown eyes, his dark, definitely lank hair, it occurred to me that in some ways he looked rather like me, although I was older and perhaps more smartly dressed. Neither of us spoke while he made the coffee. Maybe he was waiting for me to go first. "You know I'm writing about Hawthorne," I said as he sat down. "I've read the first 2 books," he said. "I hear they've done quite well." I got a faint sense of disapproval. "I feel I've stepped into your shoes," I suggested. "I don't agree." Dudley added 3 teaspoons of sugar to his coffee. "You're writing about him. I worked for him. I'd say we had very different roles." "Did he tell you that I'm writing about Riverside Close?" Dudley paused mid-stir. "No. I heard about that, but not from him." "Then who?" "From Alistair Morton." He looked around him at the empty flat. "In case you're wondering, it's no coincidence that I'm packing up and I'm on my way. It's thanks to you." "How come?" "You talked to Khan." That made no sense to me, so he continued. "You've been asking questions about me. You found your way to my home. Did you know that Friend Church International owns half the flats in this building? It's meant to be a safe space, but not anymore. Morton wants me out of the way. And so I've got to go." He had spoken without malice, but I still felt terrible. "Does he really have such a hold over you?" I asked. "He employs me. Hawthorne got me the job, but Morton signs the checks." "I'm very sorry." I didn't know what to say. "Don't be. I don't mind a bit of sunshine, and I've always fancied trying my hand at fraud, white-collar crime. It'll be an experience." There was a brief silence. "You must see quite a lot of Hawthorne," I said, "living in the same building." "I used to, but you could say we had a difference of opinion. Sometimes we see each other coming in, going out, but we tend to keep our distance." "Where did the 2 of you meet?" I hadn't expected him to answer, and I was surprised when he did. "In Reeth." "You grew up there?" "We were at school together." Dudley smiled. "We knew each other when we were 8 years old."
We were best friends, in the way that only 8-year-olds can be. He was like a brother to me. I don't suppose you're going to tell me what happened in Reeth? He shook his head. It's not my story to tell. He deliberately changed the subject. You know, he speaks very highly of you. Does he? That's why I let you in. I've wanted to meet you for quite a while now, although, if you'll do me a favour, I wouldn't mention any of this to Hawthorne. Or Morton. He already knows. He knows everyone who comes in and out of this building. I hope I'm not going to get you into more trouble. I meant it. It was strange, but I felt completely relaxed with John Dudley, as if I'd known him a long time. There was some sort of affinity between us. Despite what he'd said about our different roles, we had both come into Hawthorne's orbit, and that connected us. He shook his head. It's too late now. Anyway, I'll be gone by tomorrow evening, so we can just pretend it never happened. That's fine by me, I said. He's not an easy man, I know that. But it's good that you're helping him. I think you're what he needs. We lifted our coffee cups at the same moment. Again, I got that weird sense of reflection. There's one thing I really want to know, I said. It's the one thing that's been really bothering me, and I hope you can tell me. Why did the two of you part company? He didn't answer, so I leapt in. Was it because you discovered that he'd pushed Adam Strauss off a hotel balcony? He smiled at me. That's very direct. Well, as you say, you're about to leave for the other side of the world. You might as well tell me the truth. It was something like that, he admitted. He didn't need to say any more. Kahn had known Hawthorne was responsible, although he hadn't been able to prove it. Morton was afraid of the truth coming out. Dudley must have worked it out for himself, and that was why the two of them had gone their separate ways. I was sorry the investigation didn't have a better outcome, I said. He shrugged. It ended the way it ended. I'm not sure it's going to be very helpful for your book. Who do you think killed Roderick Brown? He gazed at me, and I saw the puzzlement in his eyes. I know who killed him. It was Adam Strauss. But you never found out why. I know exactly why. Hawthorne got it all right. Everything he said was correct. I was puzzled. That last meeting at the stables, that's what I'm talking about, the last meeting. Hawthorne and me, the Strausses. Have you heard the recording? I've heard all your recordings. I'm grateful to you for making them. I couldn't have written the book without them. Everything that Hawthorne said that day was bang on the money. I knew it before we went in. Adam Strauss murdered his first wife when he was living at Riverview Lodge and buried her in his back garden. If Detective Superintendent Kahn was too stupid to see it or too up his own arse to accept it, that was his problem. I will admit, though, that Strauss played a blinder, but that was what was so brilliant about him. He was a chess grand master, and he was always 10 moves ahead. I'd heard that quite a few times. He'd boasted about it when we first met him, Dudley went on. But the act he put on in that room? That was something else. What do you mean? Just for a moment, Dudley looked irritated. He'd planned it all a long time ago. Exactly the same way he'd planned the murder and the so-called suicide. He'd left nothing to chance. What was he going to do if a police officer walked into his house and tried to arrest him? He'd thought of that before he even killed his wife. And he always made sure he had postcards stashed away, ready to be brought out if anyone started asking awkward questions. Plus, every year a New Year's card sent from Hong Kong. 2013, the year of the snake. 2014, the year of the horse. Photos of Wendy that he could show off on his phone. Don't make any mistake. She was rotting away underneath that magnolia tree, but he'd built up a whole legend to keep her alive. I have no doubt that it was Terry and not Wendy who took that flight to New York after the divorce. Planning ahead. They must have looked quite similar, even without the racial stereotypes. They were family. And anyway, a single woman travelling business class to New York would barely have got a second glance from a border control guard at either end of the journey. Strauss could probably have done it in drag. He told you there was a Wendy Young working at the Maritime Museum in Hong Kong. If D.S. Kahn had bothered to check, which he didn't, he would have found that there is, but not the same Wendy Young. It's a common name. It would have been easy enough for Strauss to find someone who shared it. He paused. It's like when a magician tells you to pick a card and then says you can change your mind. You very seldom do. Just the fact that he gives you the opportunity is enough. It makes you believe he's playing fair and square. You called her from the room? He sighed. No. Adam Strauss dialed the number and passed the phone across. He made a point of announcing that he wasn't going to say a word. Again, the magician. Khan was the one who did the talking, and what was the first thing he said? My name is Detective Superintendent Khan. It was the stupidest thing he could have done. That was the trigger. Whoever it was in Hong Kong, it wasn't Wendy. It was a friend, a relation, an actress, someone who had been paid to play a part years ago, and he'd tipped them off. There was no hesitation, no need for any explanation. When the woman heard who she was speaking to, she simply did what she and Strauss had rehearsed. He said he was paying her money. Was that a lie too? It's probably true. £1,000 a month into an account in Hong Kong would be easy enough to arrange. He pays it in, gets passed across to a second account, and then it gets paid back again. He drank his coffee. You've got to understand, Anthony. Nobody has ever planned a murder so far in advance. That was what made Strauss so unique. And why he was so dangerous. In a way, he was the most obvious suspect from the start. Only a chess grandmaster could have dreamt up anything as elaborate. I took this all in. Thank you, I said. You needed to know. Yes. And you didn't call me Tony. I wondered at what point he'd worked out the truth, before or after Hawthorne, but I didn't ask him that. Hawthorne had mocked me once, telling me how much smarter Dudley was out of the two of us. Well, he was right. For what it's worth, I'd come to the conclusion that the killer was Damien Shaw, possibly working with Tom Beresford. I didn't tell him that either. What did you think when you heard that Adam Strauss was dead? I asked. Dudley smiled, but for a brief moment all the sadness in the world caught up with him. The loss of his fiancée, his loneliness and alcoholism, sessions with a therapist called Dr. Sussman, his broken friendship with Hawthorne, his exile to the Cayman Islands. I saw his whole history flicker through his eyes. I suppose there are some people who might say that he deserved it, but I can't celebrate anyone's death, not even his. Hawthorne saw things differently to me, and maybe that was what drove us apart. I'll miss him when I go, but I think it's for the best. As for your book, you know the truth now, and I'm sure you'll agree that the world is a better place without Adam Strauss, so that gives you a happy ending of sorts. I'm not sure what happened to his wife. She was in it all along, of course. How can you be so sure? He put down his coffee cup. I saw it, just as we were leaving the stables. D.S. Khan and D.C. Goodwin went out first, then Hawthorne, but as I approached the door, I happened to notice their reflections in a mirror in a gold frame on the wall. Strauss and his wife were holding hands, and their faces. It was extraordinary to see. The triumph. They were celebrating. They had got away with it. And in that one brief glance, I realized they were monsters. They were evil. And if Hawthorne was the one who pushed Strauss off that balcony, I'm not the one to pass judgment. He looked at his watch. Despite everything, I'm glad I met you, Anthony. Do you sell many books in Grand Cayman? I don't know. Well, I'll look out for the new one. He stood up. It was time for me to go. No need to come with me, I said. I'll find my way out. Chapter 4. All along, while I'd been talking to Dudley, I'd been thinking that once we'd finished, I'd head up to the 12th floor. I wouldn't repeat what he'd said to me. I wouldn't even say we'd met. That would have been like betraying myself. But I would knock on Hawthorne's door and go in and see him. I'd explain why I'd gone to Fenchurch International, and I'd apologise, to him and to Roland. I was afraid that the damage had already been done, but I couldn't bear the thought that I'd let him down, and that I might not work with him again. Something stopped me. I was thinking about what Dudley had said. I went back downstairs and let myself out into the autumn sunshine. 8 weeks had passed since Hawthorne and I had first discussed the book that I was now calling Close to Death, and the new season had crept up on me, as it does for so many writers, without being noticed. There were leaves blowing in the street, and a metallic quality to the sky. All too soon the Christmas lights would be going up. I found a bench on the other side of the road with a good view of River Court, and sat down, half hoping that I might catch sight of Hawthorne going in or out. I didn't want to speak to him. There was no need. I knew now that we did, after all, have a book. I knew how it ended. Dudley had turned out to be central to everything that had happened. I hadn't realised quite what part he'd play when I'd first introduced him, arriving with Hawthorne at Riverview Close. When I was writing those pages, I'd thought he was just the sidekick, like me. But now I remembered the way he had looked at me when I asked him about the death of Adam Strauss, the story he'd told me about the reflections he'd glimpsed in the mirror, Strauss and his wife. Monsters. Evil. That was how he had described them. I know that I'm not much of a detective. Time after time I've followed in Hawthorne's footsteps, getting everything wrong. I've made stupid mistakes, and even put my own life in danger. I'll be the first to admit that Hawthorne was right, and that Dudley was, in every way, sharper than me. But this time, just for once, I'd guessed the truth all on my own, and I knew that I was right. The triumph. They were celebrating. They had got away with it. Just like Terence Stagg. Even before I'd walked out of the flat, I'd realised that it wasn't Dudley who had found out what Hawthorne had done and who had chosen to walk away from him, but the other way round. It wasn't Hawthorne who had pushed Adam Strauss off that balcony. It was Dudley. And Morton had known it all along. The moment I had started asking questions, Morton had decided to send Dudley as far away as possible. As for Hawthorne, he knew it too, but he had kept silent even when he had become the subject of a police investigation and still remained the #1 suspect in Adam Strauss's murder. Even I had thought the worst of him. But Hawthorne would go on protecting Dudley, because they had been 8-year-olds together, sharing a life about which I still knew almost nothing. Because they were friends. I sat there for perhaps an hour before a taxi pulled up opposite me. I saw Hawthorne get out. He paid the driver and walked slowly towards the front door of River Court, found his keys, and let himself in. I didn't call out to him. I waited until he had disappeared. Then I got up and walked away.
Hello, I'm Anthony Horowitz, and the publishers have asked me to add my own voice to this recording, to read the acknowledgements page. But before I do that, can I just thank you for listening to Close to Death and for supporting my work? It's incredible to think that this is my 56th novel, starting with my first children's book, published exactly 46 years ago. It would be nice to think that 1 or 2 of you who read me then are listening to me now. I have another 7 books planned in the Hawthorne series, so there's still a distance we can travel together, if you're up for it. Anyway, here are the acknowledgements. This was quite a complicated novel to write, mainly because of the different timelines. The events at Riverview Close take place during the months of June and July 2014, but it wasn't until 2019 that Hawthorne and I sat down and he told me about the death of Giles Kentworthy and what had followed. We had a series of meetings over a period of 8 weeks, and I didn't actually finish writing the book until April 2020, missing the Christmas deadline that my agent Hilda Stark had demanded. It didn't matter anyway. For one reason and another, Close to Death has only been published in 2024, so there was no need for all that pressure in the first place. I only mention this because I want to pay a special tribute to my copy editor, Caroline Johnson, who has had to pull together all the separate strands, work out what was happening and when, where I was at the time, what Hawthorne was doing, and how it all fitted together. Without her, the book wouldn't have made any sense at all, although, conversely, if there are any mistakes, it's entirely her fault. By coincidence, I actually moved to Richmond shortly after I finished the book, and I want to thank the writer Michael Frayn, who provided me with further details about Riverview Close and its residents. He happens to live near the close, and I was very fortunate to meet him. I was also given some very useful insights by Harry Matavu, KC, a senior silk at the commercial bar, who has been recognised 4 times running by Powerlist as one of the most influential black professionals in the UK. I had, of course, spoken to Andrew Pennington, but Harry told me a great deal more. A word of thanks to John Emin, who had briefly resided in Riverview Close. He was so pleased to be mentioned in the book that he gave a generous donation to Home Start in Suffolk, a brilliant charity working in the community. I'm a patron. I'm also grateful to Geoffrey Hunter White, my online stress counsellor, based in Palm Springs, who was always ready with advice and support. As always, my wife, Jill Green, was the first person to read the manuscript and gave me some excellent notes. I do wonder how I'd cope without her. With my sons, Nicholas and Cassian, my 2 daughters-in-law, Iona and Sophia, and now a new arrival, Leander Horowitz, I'm extremely lucky to have a close family around me, and one that fills the vacuum in which all writers live. My assistant, Tess Cutler, continues to organise my life and to stop me making commitments I can't possibly fulfil. My agent, Hilda Stark, is often too busy to take my calls, but her assistant, Jonathan Lloyd, is always there for me. The team at Penguin Random House is listed separately, but I want to extend a special thank you to Darren Bennett for the terrific map at the front of the book. I do like maps in murder mysteries. And to Glenn O'Neill for working tirelessly to create the new style for all the covers. My editor, Selina Walker, is the spider at the heart of the web, but not a poisonous one like Gemma Beresford's jewellery. You wouldn't be reading this without her. And finally, a big shout-out for Rory Kinnear, who has read all 5 of the Hawthorne books with a flair and a fluency that I have almost certainly been unable to emulate. Listening to him read my character is a weird, out-of-the-body experience, but in fact his entire performance is something of a masterclass. Recording audiobooks is an extraordinary skill in itself, and I'm very lucky to have him.
Belinda hopes you enjoyed the reading of
Close to Death by Anthony Horowitz, read by Rory Kinnear.
Our audiobooks are becoming increasingly popular among travellers, families, and people who are on the go. If you really enjoyed this audiobook, please introduce your friends and family to the experience. We're sure they'll love you for it. If you want to hear more about our fabulous range of titles, please visit us online at belinda.com. Thanks for listening, and remember to always take a Belinda audiobook with you.
Text, copyright Anthony Horowitz 2024. Copyright and recording Penguin Audio 2024. All rights reserved.